Jim, are you able to hear us?
I can now. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Board
Hello,
member
this is
Perez,
Commissioner Norton.
are you able to give us a mic check, please?
Hello? This is us in San Clemente. Could someone text me a link so we can get this screen linked up for all of the commissioners that are here? And or just the meeting ID for the Zoom meeting?
Hello, Commissioner Norton. Yes,
Yes.
we will send that over to you.
Thank you, Justin.
Test.
You want me to put all your names here? You can enter my name. You could do Hillary, just HILARY at fastlinkdtla.org.
Board member BM Perez, can we do a mic check, please?
All right, Amy Lee. All right, I'm gonna write that down. Okay. Okay. That's you. Okay, I'm gonna write that down. Thank you so much, Alan. It's great to meet you. Hi, John. For everything you've done to make us come. This is odd, but it's gonna be great, right? We get to hide over here, or we get to monitor. Are there plugs? Okay. Are these new? We never had these before. I like this. Oh, I forgot mine. It sits right on my dresser. Yeah, no, I agree. I've been good. It's, things are moving along. Yeah, I am actually. I am unemployed. I back
Can you hear us in San Clemente? Hello? Randy, can you hear us? You're muted. Justin, can you hear us in San Clemente?
Yes, yes. Yes, we can see you and hear you clearly.
It is 9:58. We're delighted you're here, and we want to honor your time by starting on time, which we will do in about 120 seconds. Thank you as you find your seats.
Good morning, Davina Hurt. Can we do a mic check, please?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
I want to encourage you all to check your watches or devices that show the time, and you will see that we are starting on time as we honor your time today. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. My name's Carl Guardino. I have the honor and pleasure of serving as chair of the California Transportation Commission, and we have such an exciting and substantive day of dialogue that we do want to get started and honor everyone's time. We have people participating both virtually as well as in the room. And I'd like to greet my colleague commissioners, our CARB board members, our executive leadership, and members of the public. Welcome to beautiful Petaluma in Sonoma County for our biannual joint meeting between the California Transportation Commission, California Air Resources Board, and the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Before I provide my remarks, I'd like to turn it over to our team to provide information on how to participate fully in today's meeting. Douglas?
Thank you, Chair Guardino. Welcome to the joint meeting of the California Transportation Commission, Air Resources Board, and Department of Housing and Community Development. The purpose of these meetings is to coordinate the implementation and policies that jointly affect transportation, housing, and air quality. The meeting agenda is located on each of our websites. All of the presentations for today's meeting are also available on the joint meetings page of the CTC website. American Sign Language translation is being provided on this meeting. You should see the interpreters on your screen. If you have questions about this, please use the Q&A tab. Live closed captioning is also available. Please select the Show Captions tab at the bottom of your screen. There are a number of language options available there to choose from. Any document the CTC creates can be translated into any language you need. Simply email us at ctc@catc.ca.gov, and we'll have them returned to you as quickly as possible. For our presenters, if you're on the agenda to make a presentation, please do your best to be succinct. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating service adequate time for accurate translations. If you are presenting remotely, we hope that you will turn on your camera during your presentation if you have one. For the members of the public, we welcome comments from the public as a part of this meeting. For those attending in person, please submit a speaker slip to the clerk at the front of the room, that's me, to let us know you want to comment on an item. For those attending via Zoom, you should see the webinar control panel, likely located at the bottom of your screen. There you'll find the raise hand and Q&A tabs. We encourage you to use a raise hand feature as soon as we reach the item to give the system time to acknowledge you. Staff will let you know when it's your turn to make a comment. Alternately, you may use the Q&A tab to submit your comment. Staff will read the comment on your behalf. As a reminder, each registered attendee is provided a unique link to access the webinar. These should not be shared with other participants, as this can create confusion for staff when making comments. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating service adequate time for accurate translation. Please do your best to be concise. Please make sure that your comments add new information. If you agree with the comments of a previous speaker, simply make that statement. We ask that you make your point in 3 minutes or less. If for some reason we have many speakers on a single topic, we reserve the right to limit comments as needed. Thank you for joining us today.
Douglas, thank you. It's wonderful to see so many familiar faces and some new faces today. In particular, I'd like to recognize our new California Transportation Commissioner, Bob Tiffany. This is
Trying to figure sign. Hey, you might be on.
if you could please mute your microphone. Thank you. This is Commissioner Tiffany's first joint meeting since he was appointed to the commission in February by State Assembly Speaker Robert Rivas. Bob, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
I'd also like to congratulate Commissioner Leanne Eager our immediate past chair, who was reappointed by Governor Newsom to the commission last month for an additional 4-year term. In addition, I'd like to warmly welcome our new ex officio members on the commission, Senator Dave Cortese and Assemblymember Lori Wilson, the respective chairs of the transportation committees in each of their houses in the legislature. I'm greatly looking forward to today's conversation. We'll begin with an update from our California Transportation Commission Director, Tanisha Taylor, on the efforts of our interagency team, followed by a series of presentations on the topic of sustainable freight and community impacts. I'd be remiss not to recognize our very own commission staff, Matthew Yazgat and Kayla Giese, who will present on the commission's Clean Freight Corridor Efficiency Assessment. Our interagency work to promote clean freight infrastructure is essential to supporting environmental justice and healthy communities. I'd also like to congratulate Matthew Yazgat and several other members of our team, Alicia Sequeira, Celeste Almanza, and Leanne Batillon, for the positive review that they recently received from the California State Auditor. Not something you always get from the state auditor, for their work on the Senate Bill 1 Local Streets and Roads Funding Program. The state auditor found that our commission team's administration of this program not only is compliant with state law, but also promotes transparency and has successfully ensured that all 482 cities and towns and 58 counties are receiving funding for critical road repairs. Great job, Matthew and team. I'm so pleased that our team continues to demonstrate that we are strong stewards of the taxpayer dollars entrusted to us by Senate Bill 1, ensuring the public's trust in the state is validated. After lunch, we look forward to hearing from our partners at the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments and Caltrans to learn about how they prioritize transportation projects for investment to maximize important goals like safety, equity, the economy, asset management, and air quality. We saved the best for last, Leanne. This is a topic that is very near and dear to our hearts at the Commission, and I wanted to take a moment to talk about the importance of transportation funding and interagency coordination. It's critically important that we continue to coordinate with our state agency partners in climate, air quality, and housing to ensure that our transportation investments can help us achieve multiple state goals. Having open communication and trust is essential as we work together to improve the lives and livelihoods of 39 million Californians. I'm pleased to report that at our last commission meeting in March, the commission adopted the State Transportation Improvement Program and the State Highway Operations and Protection Program, which include $24.1 billion of important transportation investments. The 2024 State Transportation Improvement Program, lovingly known as STIP, is the most multimodal yet. The 2024 State Highway Operations and Protection Program, known as the SHOP, executes the transition to the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure Goals, CAPTI. And it includes significant investments in bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure and climate-focused objectives. The achievements in these transportation programs are made possible by the innovative transportation planning work that is happening at Caltrans and our regional transportation agencies. Our team is also hard at work upgrading program guidelines. The Commission adopted the 7th cycle of the Active Transportation Guidelines at the March Commission meeting and initiated the call for projects. Our team is also working on guideline updates for the competitive Senate Bill 1 programs and the local transportation climate adaptation program. We greatly benefit from our partnership with CARB and HCD throughout the guideline update process and during project evaluation. I also, and I hope when you see them, you will thank them, but I'd also like to thank the Sheraton Hotel and staff for taking such good care of us during our visit here in Petaluma. If I may, I'm going to share something that happened this week and then ask our amazing team to share a short 56-second video. And out of respect for the person who invited me just a couple of days ago, I will keep that person's name anonymous. But I was invited by a federal policymaker to speak at a gathering that he had hosted on bridging the digital divide. Such an important effort for the equity that we want for all California and American families. The 70 or 80 guests, as they entered the building, were accosted by protesters. Many shouted down and cursed at. And then for the 75 minutes of a 90-minute meeting, on the other side of a very thin wall and door of glass, we were not able to hear each other inside because people on bullhorns were shouting obscenities and calling names of the federal leader and others gathered inside. We're hearing this all too often in our country, especially at the federal level. We can debate without being divisive. We can attack issues without ever attacking individuals and institutions. We listen and learn better when we are not pushed back on our heels and against a wall. I know that each of us share that commitment, that anger that seems to be permeating political discourse at the federal level, we don't want to see in our gatherings, where all should be welcome, all encouraged, all respected, and all heard. Can we continue to make that pledge together, that we will be a safe space for people to passionately disagree without being disagreeable? Someone I've gotten to know and respect a great deal is the Republican governor of Utah, who this year is chair of the National Governors Association. His name is Spencer Cox. And an old friend is the vice chair that I've known since his days in Congress, the Democrat governor of Colorado, Jared Polis. And they have launched together a campaign this year called Disagree Better. Notice it doesn't say don't disagree. It says disagree better. And before we go on, if we can turn to the screens with thanks to our amazing CTC staff, I'd like to share this 56-second video from that campaign.
Cox, Republican governor of Utah.
And I'm Jared Polis, Democratic governor of Colorado.
And we're here to help save your family dinners.
You know what we're talking about.
You're halfway through your second helping of mashed potatoes when your MAGA uncle decides to share his thoughts on the latest election conspiracy.
We all have that uncle.
Or instead of passing the salt, your woke niece passes along a particularly controversial fact that she read on social media.
Or maybe you're the one with the strong opinions. You know you're right. and the other side is a bunch of misguided weirdos. But there's a healthy way to deal with conflicting opinions. Actually, it's okay to disagree.
It's not just okay, it's crucial.
Did you just disagree with me about disagreeing?
Healthy disagreement means not assuming that the other side is deluded, misinformed, or actively trying to overthrow America.
A little respect and curiosity keeps resentment off the dinner table.
And out of your social media feeds.
Our nation was founded by people who profoundly disagreed.
So next time your uncle, your niece, or anyone else brings up that one topic that just drives you nuts, take a deep breath.
Be curious, ask questions. If you still disagree, that's okay, but you might find that you aren't as far apart as you think.
Conflict isn't bad. It's the way we disagree that matters. Please join us in showing America the right kind of conflict.
Together,
We can disagree better.
Thank you.
How,
And there's actually a series of those commercials on the National Governors Association website. I encourage you to enjoy them. One of my favorites is Maryland Democrat Governor Wes Moore, and again, Utah Republican Governor Spencer Cox. But with that, I'm going to ask you to do something just a little unusual this morning, and we're going to have some fun with this. Could you all stand for just a moment? See, I knew you were outstanding. Okay, under 3 of your chairs is taped an envelope. It's a Sheraton Hotel envelope because I spared no expense this morning. In that envelope, to get you going, is a $10 Starbucks gift card. If you're not allowed to accept those, just give it to me and I'll make sure it's used well. Wonderful. Could those 3 people step up to the microphone over here? Everyone else, thanks for participating, but you had nothing under your chair. You may be seated. But if those 3, in whatever order you came up, can just quickly introduce yourself, open the gift card, and each one is a quote. And if you wouldn't mind, your name, your organization, your title, and read that quote aloud for us.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Poss. I'm with the Department of Housing and Community Development. My quote is, "My dear friend, clear your mind of the word cannot." Samuel Johnson.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bridget Driller from the California Transportation Commission. I am the Associate Deputy Director of Transportation Planning. And my quote is, "Say something positive and you will see something positive," by Jim Thompson.
Thank you.
Morning, Chair and members. My name is Sydney Burgess. I'm with California Air Resources Board. The quote is, "We can lift ourselves up without tearing others down." Thank you. And thank you.
Thank you. Will you join me in thanking them for being such good sports? And those Starbucks gift cards they each have $1 million towards them. So enjoy. Either that or $10. I can't remember what I picked. With that, I want to come back. We now have more of our commissioner and CARB board colleagues in the room, and would ask Doug Remedios if he would not mind taking a roll call.
Thank you, Chair. We'll start off with the CTC roll. We'll hand it off to the clerk of the board to do their roll call after. Commissioner Bradshaw. Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Eager.
Here.
Commissioner Falcone.
Here.
Vice Chair Grisby. Present. Commissioner Lugo.
Present virtually.
Commissioner Norton.
Present.
Commissioner Tabalone. Commissioner Tiffany.
Here.
Chair Guardino.
Present.
Thank you. Senator Cortese. Assemblymember Wilson. Chair, we have a quorum.
Excellent. Thank you all again for joining us today. I'd like to turn it over to my friend and colleague, California Air Resources Board.
The the CARB board needs to do their roll call as well.
Oh, good. Well, I was going to turn it over to Chair Randolph to lead that or call on her team to do that, if that's okay. Thank you, Douglas. So I'd like to turn it over to CARB Chair Leanne Randolph, not only for her remarks, but to call the roll of her colleagues.
And I will ask our clerks to call the roll for the CARB board members.
Thank you, Chair Randolph. Dr. Balms?
Here.
Mr. De La Torre? Mr. Eisenhut? Senator Flores? Assemblymember Garcia? Mr. Guerra? Ms. Hurt?
Davina Hurt, present.
Mr. Krakoff?
Here.
Dr. Pacheco Warner?
Here.
Mr. Perez?
Here.
Mr. Rechtschaffen? Dr. Shaheen?
Here.
Senator Stern? Ms. Takvorian? Supervisor Vargas? Chair Randolph?
I am here, and I will note that Board Member Guerra just walked in. So would you mind calling his roll again?
Mr. Guerra?
Present.
All right, there we go.
Chair, we have a quorum.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Guardino, and congratulations on your appointment as the chair of the commission. And welcome to Commissioner Tiffany. Looking forward to working with you. And thank you to the commission and the commission staff for hosting the meeting today and bringing us all together. I'm really looking forward to our discussion focusing on how the state can promote equitable and sustainable communities through prioritizing investments, whether that's investments needed for zero emission freight or investments to reduce our dependence on driving. These topics are absolutely critical to success in meeting our climate goals, in meeting our air quality goals, and public health goals and sustainable community goals. Particularly looking forward to our conversation on sustainable freight. While California's freight network is absolutely vital to our economy and the nation's economy, diesel fuel emissions contribute to climate change, as well as near source air quality impacts that disproportionately harm low-income communities and communities of color. And so to address that impact, CARB has approved a package of policies to accelerate the transition towards zero-emission medium and heavy-duty vehicles. Private and public efforts in planning for and installing the necessary infrastructure for charging and fueling absolutely requires a multi-agency approach. And so I am really happy to have so many of our partners here at the table for this robust discussion, and thank our colleagues at the CTC and HCD in particular for helping support this item. As we have discussed many times in the past, new technology alone is insufficient to meet the state's targets for reducing transportation emissions. Even under full implementation of our zero-emission vehicle regulations, a significant portion of vehicles on our streets and on our highways will continue to rely on fossil fuels for years to come. We need to decarbonize those fuels as part of this transition. And we must also reduce vehicle miles traveled in order to meet our statutory requirements for achieving carbon neutrality by 2045. The state scoping plan finds that California must reduce per capita VMT by 25% by the year 2030 and by 30% by 2045. And achieving those goals will require us to rethink how we are thinking about our investments and what new and different ways of investing these funds can help support those goals. And so this afternoon's discussion is really meant to highlight that issue. That's why the discussion is so important. And it is really an opportunity to collaborate, to discuss how to help support state funding that supports projects that will reduce VMT. At our previous joint meeting, we heard the California State Transportation Agency present the status of implementing the Climate Action for Transportation Infrastructure, or CAPTI. And while CAPTI has made strides in aligning California's investments with our goals, there are absolutely opportunities to do more. And we look forward to Caltrans' presentation so that we can find ways to work together collaboratively to improve how we think about these projects. I'll talk a little bit more about this later in the meeting, but I just got back from a trip to Washington, D.C., and I had the opportunity to meet with some officials at the Department of Transportation. And it was really great hearing them talk about different ways to move around. And they are, they have some plans and announcements that they are working on that really focus on what they call convenience and efficiency. And I really loved that phrase, because when you have more opportunities to shift the way you move around, if you have more opportunities to leave your car behind and use bikes, if you have more opportunity to use convenient transportation, and if you have more opportunities to move through your communities in a more efficient way, that's how we achieve our air quality and our climate goals. And so I think today's discussion can really kind of hone in on those key issues of convenience and efficiency as we move around our state and as we design our infrastructure and as we think about our housing and how we can meet those goals of increasing housing, but increasing it in a way that will support those values of convenience and efficiency. So with that intro, I will pass it back to you, Chair Guardino.
Chair Randolph, thank you. And I took a note. I love convenience and efficiency. That's outstanding. And I'd like to turn it over to our Director of HCD, Gustavo Velasquez, for any opening remarks he'd like to make. And I want to say, of our three organizations, he's the only one 100% represented. So well done.
I have a quorum.
Yes, you do. Yes.
Thank you, Chair Guardino, esteemed colleagues, members of the public. First, let me also echo congratulations on the first joint meeting as chair. Chair Guardino, let me just say you have already set the bar very high on icebreakers. So I don't know if you want to hear this or not, but we expect that bar to continue going higher and higher. So I always look forward to these meetings. I know we only meet a couple times a year, but they are very important for our three organizations. I believe an opportunity to deepen our partnership, to really understand each other's mandates as a state entities, but much, much more than that is to synchronize our efforts, really. It's one thing to just understand what we do and how we administer our programs, what kinds of decisions we make, but we've been on this path for a while, and so I think it really has shifted some time ago from understanding to synchronizing. And I think that's exactly what we're doing, and I think our teams deserve the credit for keep working together on that synchronization. I said this before from this dais, but I'll say it again. When, housing is individual choice, of course, that choice continues to be challenged by our deepening affordability crisis in the state of California. Literally, very low and low-income families and individuals are crushed by the increasing cost of a place to call home. But for those like us that have that choice still, when we choose where to live, we're not just choosing the standard, the quality, dignified, safe structure in which we are going to reside. We choose community. We choose the community we're going to be a part of. And that choice is inextricably related to a clean air that we ought to live, that we ought to breathe in the community we live, and inextricably also speaks to the options that we have for connectivity, how we get to and from home, whether it's schools or our work sites or any other destinations where we go. And remember, I didn't say how you get to buy your car. I said just transportation options. So we have an opportunity again in this convening, even though it happens twice a year, to continue to help pave the way for innovative and equitable solutions to be deployed in communities all across California. April is Fair Housing Month for everybody to remember. We are grateful to have the opportunity to highlight the responsibility each public agency has to continue to proactively, affirmatively, really through planning, through a lot of planning, which HCD, ARB, and CTC do a lot of, to continue to proactively, affirmatively further fair housing. The fair housing is not just a good thing to do. It's a legal mandate. It's an obligation. And it is not just an obligation of the State Housing Department or entities that do housing. It's an obligation of the entire government, just like it is in the federal government. The provision to affirmatively further fair housing by Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act is not just something HUD has to comply with. No, DOT and EPA and other federal entities have also to comply with. And it's no difference in the state of California. It's just a legal mandate. And today we're going to hear from our Deputy Director for Housing Policy Development, Megan Kirkby, talk about sort of the connection between sustainable freight and fair housing. And I say this because we all know that there is a legacy of segregation, concentration of poverty in our country. People have been for generations segregated by railroads and highways, and that legacy just as the legacy of redlining that we are all familiar with. Rivers, I lived many years in Washington, D.C., and there's the Anacostia River, for example, is notorious, a river that divides east and west of the nation's capital. East of the river, predominantly Black, low income, very low opportunities for kids in education and for adults in work opportunities. Of course, that whole area has been transformed, and what happens is then folks, especially people of color and low income people, get pushed out, get gentrified by more investments and pushed out even farther and farther. So that legacy still is with us. And so we have an opportunity to get reminded of what that legal obligation, what that mandate to affirmatively further is, affirmatively further fair housing is. And I think we will be hearing from Megan about this connection. Fair housing is really about a sense of belonging, safety, access to economic and social opportunities. And we are mindful that we all should be evaluating our programs and the decisions that we make based on that equitable lens. This is part of like that synchronization that I talked about, how we evaluate what we do with an equity lens. That it's something that we value tremendously in the state of California, to always look at government action with that equity lens. Let me just share in closing some critical updates from HCD. We've come to all of you to talk about our pro-housing designation program. We are happy to say we now have 47 jurisdictions that are now have been designated pro-housing by the state of California, that adopted housing policies that increase production beyond what state law requires. And we're already seeing that if a jurisdiction becomes pro-housing, they immediately have access first in line to funding opportunities from the state. And I think that's something very, very, very important, to continue to create the incentives for local jurisdictions to build housing. And as Chairwoman Randolph said, not just, production for the sake of production, but where the housing is created. It is created in infill sites, it's created in, places that have proximity to our destinations that advance our climate goals. That's exactly what the pro-housing designation is all about. A rubric, a program that helps jurisdictions build housing in the right places. And so I want to just thank ARB for its partnership in allowing planning activities related to achieving the pro-housing designation, where there is a clear nexus with reduction of vehicle miles traveled. I'm referring to the Sustainable Transportation Equity Project, the program that inclusion was a direct result of deliberation here as a joint body. And so we congratulate the jurisdictions that received the STEP awards earlier this year. And then my second announcement is the $60 million grant awards to 10 affordable housing projects through the Excess Sites Local Government Matching Program. In 3 rounds, there's been $120 million in grants that attracted an additional $129 million in local funding. This is unlocking 5,500 housing units in areas, again, that we all care about, infill, close proximity to our destinations. So great progress being made in a spot. We're all aware of our challenges with the state deficit, but we continue to march forward with the momentum of creating more housing in the right places and again, synchronize our efforts with the Transportation Commission and ARB. I want to just thank the public, those online and in person, for your participation today. We love to hear what your thoughts are on our progress. I love how you started the meeting, Chairman, with this kind of healthy debate. Appreciate that reminder, and thank you. Look forward to the presentations throughout the day.
Director Velasquez, thank you. I'm encouraged already, and I want to introduce our next speaker. I thought I saw him. Yes, there he is. I thought I saw you come into the room, Darwin. Please welcome Deputy Secretary for the California State Transportation Agency, Darwin Wasabi. Darwin, welcome.
Thank you so much, Chair Gordino. Thank you, Chair Randolph, and I'll just refer to you as the joint body to not have to say commissioners, board members, directors, et cetera, et cetera. But thank you so much for having me here today. I'm here on behalf of CalSTEM, the Deputy Secretary for Environmental Policy and Housing at the State Transportation Agency, and wanted to provide you all with a quick update on our progress on the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure that we spoke to you all about back in November. So since our meeting in November, there's been a good amount of progress. We did finalize our second annual CAPTI progress report, which was published on January 29th. In that report, we did update the fact that we are on track to complete all 34 actions in CAPTI by the end of this fiscal year. So still on track for completion, which is 4 years ahead of schedule. So we're very excited about that. And there's been a few key actions where we've made significant progress since November that we wanted to give you an update on. And then also have some announcements to make regarding how we plan to move forward with CAPTI. So first off, just want to mention that we've made significant progress on our Caltrans System Investment Strategy, also known as CSIS. This is a tool that will be used for project prioritization in our competitive programs. Marlon Flournoy from Caltrans will be providing an update later today on that item. So I won't get into that in too much detail. But another key tool for implementation, a qualitative or quantitative tool, I should say, for implementation that we've also now released that we're really excited about is our equity index, also known as the EQI. So this is a really important tool. The first version of it was launched last month by Caltrans. Its intent is to assist in the evaluation and prioritization for projects through a data-driven assessment of transportation equity needs. So, we have tools like CalEnviroscreen and existing tools already out there, but what's unique about this tool is that it really centers transportation needs and transportation equity, and how to improve transportation access for disadvantaged communities in that tool. So really innovative and excited to have that online and looking forward to its use. It'll actually be featured as one of the tools used in CSIS, and you'll learn more about that later this afternoon. And then also wanted to update you all on another program that was called for in CAPTI that we're really excited to have launched, and that's the Reconnecting Communities Highways to Boulevards program. So this funding program that was called for in CAPTI just announced its first set of awardees. The program was established to fund key underutilized highways to transform them into multimodal connectors to reconnect communities that were previously harmed by transportation or divided by transportation infrastructure. And I think what makes this program particularly innovative is that Caltrans is taking a very different approach than we usually do on transportation projects, and really co-building from the ground up the vision for these projects through community engagement. So what makes this announcement different is that we did not announce projects. We announced a call for communities and selected communities. So there is no project, because the whole point is we're making the commitment of resources before there is a project, because the vision of that project will really be co-built with members on the ground, community members on the ground. So those 3 awards went to San Diego and National City, South San Francisco, and Arcata. So we're really excited about the work there. And so those are, with those 3 actions, we get even closer to completing our action plan. And as we near the completion of the action plan, as was mentioned here earlier in the opening remarks, we know that we still have plenty of work to do to implement the vision of CAPTI. And so with that, our agency is committing to a process to update the action plan. And this will really focus on not necessarily updating the framework, but really, what are the actions to further implement the framework that we've all agreed upon and that we all have here, that we've all been working on for the last few years. And so CalSTA is initiating a public engagement process to do that. Later today, we'll actually be announcing I'm announcing it now, but the official email will go out later today for 4 listening sessions that we'll be having this spring to bring stakeholders together to solicit ideas for new actions. We hope at these listening sessions to tee up pressing transportation matters and issues that we're dealing with in CAPTA implementation, and to engage folks in small breakout sessions to really solicit input from stakeholders across the board on how to make progress. And so those sessions will be held between April 29th and May 2nd. There'll be one in Southern California, one in the Bay Area, one in Central Valley, and then one online for those who are unable to make the ones in person. The ones in person will not be hybrid, because we really want to have that breakout element, which is why we're having a separate standalone breakout session that's online. And as Chair Gordino was mentioning earlier, in terms of finding better ways to disagree with each other and listen to each other, I think we really believe that for this conversation to be effective, we really need to hear from all sides of the conversation, and we need to all come together around the idea of, we have this plan that we've collectively worked on, and what are the actions that we can agree upon and work on together to really implement that plan. So we're really looking forward to that conversation. And you can find out more later today on the CalSTA website in terms of those details. And if you're on our mailing list, that should go out here shortly. And then we're hoping that this process, the stakeholder engagement process, will ultimately lead to a updated plan, which we hope to put out early fall of 2024. So we'll spend the summer working through the feedback we get, doing any additional engagement as needed, with a goal of a release of that plan this fall. And if you all were to welcome us back in November, happy to give you an update at that meeting on on where we are with the update of the plan at that time. Thank you so much. And that concludes my update.
Darwin, thank you for your professionalism and passion around CAPTI and the other responsibilities under your broad portfolio. We appreciate you being here today, and please give our best to Secretary Omashakin as well.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Justin, do we have any public comments, either in the room or virtually?
Thank you, Chair Gardino. I do not see any request virtually, and we did not receive any. Are you? Pardon me,
Mr.
Chair, we
Hirsch, thank you for joining us today. And when you have filled out that form, just so that we do capture it, we just ask that you step up to the mic so that all those, not only in the room, but online, can hear your remarks. And if I could be reminded by our team so that we're consistent throughout our day, how long public remarks will be on items that come to us. Great, thank you. So we will, to accommodate you, because it always helps me when I see it on a screen, if we can set that clock, and we won't start the clock until you start moving your lips. And if you're a ventriloquist, you can talk as long as you want.
Thank you very much. Alan Hirsch, resident of Davis and Davis Lorax. I appreciate the outreach on the CAPTI and the public engagement. It's really important. But let me express a sadness. There was a public hearing last night, on Tuesday night, on the toll facility on I-80. And there was exactly one member of the public there. By that, I mean, I'm excluding the road lobby, professional advocates who are provide. I don't count myself because even though I'm a volunteer, I'm a citizen. There was no one there. There was no outreach for this public hearing on the toll facility. It was held at rush hour. It was held in West Sacramento when most of the people paying the tolls on the causeway are in Davis. If we're going to disagree better, which is really important, I really appreciate that. We need to make sure that everyone has access to the room and the people who are most affected are access to the room. And I really hope this CAPTI here really involves everyone, not just the professional lobbyists and the environmental groups and professionals. We need to reach out, and we need to do better on that. As part of the culture eats strategy for breakfast. So we need to make sure that we change we need to learn how to do public hearings better and really outreach and listen to everybody. And even the nice people in Davis should be included in this discussion. I mentioned I-80 because when there's a hearing about I-80 at the city council, we'll get 30 comments and nobody showed up on this public hearing on the toll affiliate. And I'm told the tolls on this I-80 may be as high as $40. This was mentioned once when it's really congested. And I can't believe that people knew that there would be people showing up. And there was no press releases on this hearing in the Davis newspaper, in any of the media. So we need to do better, and we can disagree better. I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys are probably going to fund I-80. I don't want that to happen, but let's disagree really well on this project. Thank you.
Mr. Hertz, thank you. And thanks for traveling all the way down to join us in person today. Is there anyone else in the room or online who would like to make public comments on items not on our agenda today?
Chair Gardino, I'm not seeing any other request to comment on this item.
Great. Thank you, Justin. And do we have any comments or questions from my colleague commissioners, our CARB board members, or our executive leadership? Great, then let's move forward with our interagency progress report with California Transportation Commission Director, Tanisha Taylor. Tanisha?
Thank you, Chair Gardino. And if I could take just 1 minute for some logistical things regarding lunch. So each of you have a slip that looks like this that says lunch above it. If you could fill it out for our team. Cherry, if you could raise your hand. Cherry will be coming to grab those at 11:15. If you could pass them towards me as you finish them, then Cherry can just come and grab them for me, and we'll minimize the impact to the meeting, but get lunch on time for us. Thank you. Okay. This is a recurring item that we have at each joint meeting to highlight the collaborative work that happens in between the joint meetings by staff from our 3 agencies. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. First, I'd like to review the items that we heard at our last joint meeting, which was held in Riverside on November 2nd. At that meeting, CalSTA presented, as you heard from Darwin, its draft annual progress report for implementation of CAPTI, the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure. We will invite CalSTA to provide an update on CAPTI implementation at the next joint meeting this coming November. Next slide, please. Agency leadership also heard presentations related to meeting the state's goals for planning for sustainable communities. The topics covered include the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, Regional Transportation Plan Guidelines, and Regional Early Action Program. Next slide, please. Now I will provide updates on coordination efforts between our three agencies. Next slide, please. Since the November 2023 joint meeting, the Commission adopted the 2024 Regional Transportation Plan Guidelines. Updates to the guidelines were developed through interagency work groups and comments provided by various stakeholders. Our Commission staff and staff from HCD worked together to update language surrounding the regional housing needs allocation process. The updated language strongly encourages alignment between climate and housing planning. Commission staff and CARB staff coordinated to clarify aspects of the Sustainable Community Strategies process to ensure consistency with CARB's 2019 Sustainable Community Strategies Evaluation Guidelines, and to add implementation resources. Regional agencies can review new planning practice examples and a new list of strategies to support sustainable communities in these guidelines. Next slide, please. Other notable updates since our last joint meeting include CTC's inclusion of pro-housing as an evaluation criteria in the first cycle of the Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program, also known as LTCAP. The Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program supports the development and implementation of projects that adapt local surface transportation infrastructure to climate change and protect climate vulnerable communities. We would like to highlight that the Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program awarded $309,271,000. These projects funded address emergency evacuation needs in flooding and wildfire-prone areas, and adaptation improvements to provide greater infrastructure and climate-vulnerable community resiliency against erosion, flooding, sea level rise, king tides, and extreme heat. Of the 15 total applications, more than half indicated they had received or were actively working toward having a pro-housing designation. The Commission coordinates with HCD on the subject of pro-housing and transportation funding programs through the Interagency Housing and Transportation Work Group. Next slide, please. Funding was recently made available by CARB's Sustainable Transportation Equity Project, also known as STEP, for local communities to develop pro-housing policies to reduce vehicle miles traveled. This action was implemented in response to feedback received at the November 2022 joint meeting. In January 2024, CARB awarded 5 STEP projects. Another 5 projects are currently being reviewed. All 10 project applicants pursued funding to support the implementation of pro-housing policy to reduce the cost of active transportation and other travel modes. Next slide, please. Last June, CARB presented on the relationship between roadway pricing and the state's vehicle mile travel goals to the State Roadway Pricing Working Group. In addition, although not shown on this slide, I also want to share that the Commission's Road Charge Technical Advisory Committee is anticipating an update on the implementation of the new Senate Bill 339 pilot program from Caltrans at its next meeting on May 31st. The update is expected to discuss how revenue collection has been going during that pilot. Next slide, please. That concludes my report, and I'll hand it back to Chair Gardino. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director Taylor. Justin, do we have any public comments either in the room or online on the interagency progress report?
Thank you, Chair Gardino. We did not receive any requests virtually or in the room to comment on this item.
Great. Thank you. Then we will move forward unless there are comments or questions from CTC commissioners, CARB board members, or executive leadership. Okay. Seeing none, we will move on to item 3 on our agenda, which is our sustainable freight and community impacts. And we are going to hear from a series of professionals. Thank you for all being ready to go. Megan Kirkaby, I believe you're going to lead us off.
I will try. Can you guys all hear me?
Yes.
Great. All right. Well, I hope this is fun, you guys. So thank you so much for this to the CTC for hosting us today, and to ARB and CTC's partnership in these meetings and all the things that happen in between. Today, as Director Velasquez said, this is Fair Housing Month. Today, in fact, is the 56th anniversary of the Fair Housing Act. And don't worry, you're at the right panel. Why are we here talking about fair housing? Isn't this a sustainable freight panel? And hopefully, I get a chance to make some of those connections for everybody today, and kind of walk through why we'd be talking about fair housing on a sustainable freight panel. And then if you could go to the next slide. That critical evolution comes as we moved from the Fair Housing Act to affirmatively furthering fair housing. And it's always helpful to start with a definition here, but affirmatively furthering fair housing is defined as taking meaningful actions in addition to combating discrimination that overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities free from barriers that restrict access to opportunity for communities of color, persons with disability, and other protected classes under California state law. The duty to affirmatively furthering fair housing extends to all public agencies, activities, and programs relating to housing and community development. Next slide. So what is that? What does that mean, these meaningful actions? Specifically, they must aim to address significant disparities in housing needs and in access to opportunity, replace segregated living patterns with truly integrated and balanced living patterns, transform racially and ethnically concentrated areas of poverty into areas of opportunity, foster and maintain compliance with civil rights laws and fair housing laws. So really what that comes down to, or the way that I like to talk about it, is AFFH is inherently a both and strategy. It is about undoing the legacy of exclusion. So increasing access to communities that have lots of resources, that have lower pollution, that have better schools, that have resources that have been linked to longer lifespans, to long-term economic opportunity. And the second side of that is understanding that not all people are going to pick up and move into another community just because that community has higher resources. That it is about, and that there is a second half of that obligation that is inherently about community development. And that is where HCD cannot do this alone. This is about the and of looking at the places that have been historically disinvested, have been historically overlooked, and looking at that piece of the puzzle that is on access to opportunity, not just from moving, but from lifting up communities where people are living today. And so the next slide. That need for AFFH really comes from the fact that we can get rid of explicit housing discrimination, right? We can say you're not allowed to have racially restricted covenants anymore. By the way, for a long time after that, it took us they continue to live on. One of my staff members continues to have a racially restricted covenant on his land, and he's a person of color. It is a moot thing, but those things have a lasting legacy, right? That live on beyond those prohibitions. But even when we get rid of those explicit prohibitions, even when we say, you know, you can't deny housing access to someone, there is a legacy that lives on in other implicit ways. And we as policymakers play a role in that. We perpetuated this situation. You know, we put into place lending laws that came after racially restricted covenants that actually still reinforce that segregation. And we're in charge of community development for California. We're in charge of where resources go and how we invest those resources in particular communities. And all of the actions we take have an inherent impact on communities. We might make a decision about our programs that is going to reduce pollution in a specific area or increase pollution in a specific area. We all have, you know, education's not here today, but education has an impact on those communities. It is so multifaceted when we begin to think about the legacy of segregation and the role it plays in what some communities have access to that other communities don't. And so some of those implicit things that began to happen even after we got rid of explicit discriminatory practices were exclusionary zoning, right? Like, and even a lot of those are not necessarily from a place of intent, you know, but when we emphasize a single housing type, or we think about land use in a particular way, we don't create a community that is going to have complete access to all members, segments of our population. And I want to own on the housing side, this is a very explicit thing that we had to really look at. A lot of the way that we invest affordable housing dollars leads to more affordable housing being only available in concentrated areas of poverty. Now, that sounds wild, right? Like, why would we design a program that does that? Well, nobody designed a program to do that thing, but we emphasized access to transit. We emphasized low cost. We emphasized multifamily housing and lower its requirement to help lower income populations. Well, it's very difficult to build multifamily housing in many parts of the state. And that difficult process can create long delays that increase cost, that make it extremely difficult for a project to be competitive. They might also have access to great schools, grocery stores, lots of entry-level jobs, but they may not have access to high-quality transit because of the way our suburban communities develop. And so some of those disconnects over time led HCD and other housing organizations over the past 10 years to really evaluate our portfolio. Where is the housing that we're building available? And does every community have access to affordable housing? No, they don't. Most of our portfolio is not in higher resource communities. We have almost none in communities that are higher resource. So that has been a big piece of our work at HCD, is kind of undoing some of those harms and really looking to how do we have a more balanced portfolio so there really is housing choice. But that's the first side of the coin, right? That's about access to housing. But the community development side of AFFH is equally our responsibility at HCD. And as I'll talk about on the next slide, it's also a mandate for all public agencies in California. Next slide. To ameliorate these patterns that we kind of see emerge over and over again of, you know, the wrong side of the tracks is something we've probably all heard a million times in our life, and the wrong side of the tracks exists, right? Communities are different from each other, and that is about a million different decisions that go into making a community. So AB 686, which was sort of our effort to memorialize the national movement on this front, both the moral and legal obligation that stems from the Fair Housing Act, but it mandated all state and local public agencies to facilitate deliberate action to explicitly address, combat, and relieve disparities resulting from past patterns of segregation to foster more inclusive communities. And it improves the integration of the fair housing efforts into our housing element. So something I haven't talked a whole lot about at this joint meeting, but probably we will at some point, it's an important piece of the puzzle, is how intersectional housing planning has been this cycle more than any other. We are asking our local governments, and they are not always happy to be asked this, but every local government this cycle had to analyze racial disparities within their communities. Every single local government had to tell us about their history and their current status of disparity in their community and access for protected classes, and had to have an actionable, time-bound, and specific plan to address both sides of what I've been talking about, that access side and that community development side. And so that's something every single of the 539 local governments had to do in California this year, but it also involves all of us and all the other California public agencies. Next slide. Public agency means all of the following. The state, it's the entire state, it's every state office, every officer, every department, every division, every bureau, every board, every commission, including the CSU, the cities, the housing authorities, the housing agencies, and anyone else that's receiving HUD funding is subject to this. And it's anyone that touches housing or community development, because we have to touch both sides of this coin. And so this has been a long-winded way to get at the sustainable freight conversation we're talking about today. Pollution is not equitably distributed in the state. And I think we're all aware of that. And I think we all have equity-minded folks working in our organizations. But it is an explicit thing to think about, how are we contributing to this legacy of inequity in our state? And how do our programs have the opportunity to affirmatively further a fair future for all of us, where pollution is not as inequitably distributed throughout the state? And so sustainable freight kind of set up what I think is valuable to talk about there is the ways in which we know that freight patterns have impacted certain citizens of California differently, right? And so when we move to think about how do we move to a less polluting version of freight, we also have an opportunity to kind of reduce some of those harms and to think about how we can change some of those patterns. And so just wanted to talk about how that can be a frame that we look through all of our programs and all of our actions that involve community development. And so I'm a little behind schedule, so we can go to the next slide. But I'll just say, next slide. This analysis, we at HCD have a lot of tools on our website for public agencies to think about, and data tools as well. And those areas of analysis include in the fair housing and enforcement and outreach capacity, really thinking about segregation and integration, disparities in access to opportunity, disproportionate housing needs and displacement, and racially and ethnically concentrated areas of poverty. And there's a large body of research I won't go into today, but really looking at, hey, how does place really matter, right? Like, how big a deal is some of this stuff? Which stuff matters the most? And we do try and make sure that we're thinking about those things and not trying to overly guess at things in this space. And then next slide. And then AFFH also really requires us to engage our communities. You can move forward to the next slide. So these are, I spoke to this a little bit already, but these are some of the ways that HCD is taking actions under our public agency mandate. Really looking at an opportunity framework and like which communities do have higher resources. Like, where are those good schools? Where are there jobs? Where are those lower pollution communities? Where are those places where we know are linked to long-term success? And you've heard me speak about this at the joint hearing a lot, but the regional housing need assessment is a big place where we think about this and think about where are the resources and are we building a range of housing types near things there. The housing elements, as I talked about, but also our funding programs, right? Like getting to a space where we aren't having our entire portfolio be unbalanced. And we also do a lot of work with the tribes. And then we do our analysis of impediments to fair housing choice. This is likely to be renamed the equity plan, but this is really a work that HUD requires us to do, where we analyze every program and make a 5-year plan of how we're going to do what I've talked about today, how we're going to hit both that increasing access side and lifting up community side. Next slide. So some considerations for transportation and energy and climate, public entities. These are just things you might want to think about, but how you might fulfill your duty to AFFH. So be proactive, determine what your resources are needed to plan for and incorporate AFFH. Consider what the mandate to take no action materially inconsistent with the obligation AFFH could mean for your department. Update your program requirements and guidelines to ensure that this AFFH is part of your thought. You know, hey, how have our programs impacted communities differently? And is there a racial component to that? Is there a lasting history there? Basically consider AFFH areas of analysis. Could I be helped in designing this program if I look at these disparities in access to opportunity? What are the impacts of this transportation policy going to be on protected classes? You know, this is something that California exceeds the federal law on, and so it's something to really think about. How are those protected classes going to participate? And it may not always be the way you think about. You know, one of our fair housing experts always reminds me multifamily housing is actually more accessible to persons with physical disabilities because there are the greater requirements in multifamily housing for them to be compliant, right? And so there are things you might not think about that are valuable to sort of start to bring into your thinking. And just to think about who's served by your existing and planned investments, and how do those investments or the absence of the investment provide or limit access to opportunity. And I know that each of you have equity considerations baked into everything. So to say this is probably things you're doing already in the most part, but this can be a helpful frame in sort of thinking about that. How do you contribute and how do you walk back from this lasting legacy of segregation in the state? And I think we can wrap it up. And I probably went over by 5 minutes, but thank you all for entertaining me. And that you can move to the end slide there. But basically also making some data tools available to you. And I know who needs another map? There's a lot of maps, but this can be a helpful frame to think about, you know, which communities do have resources that are from peer-reviewed data linked to long-term economic and other success indicator opportunities. So feel free to reach out. We're here as a resource. We don't think you should you don't have to do anything alone or get scared by this, but it can be just a helpful way to think about how you help us on the community development side change the landscape of California. So thanks, everyone.
Megan, thank you. And do you work with all 110 federally recognized tribes in California?
We do. Yes, we have. We're very lucky through AB 1010 to reinstate the California Indian Assistance Program, which had been a program in the 80s and early 90s that then disappeared. And the legislature allowed us to bring that back. And it has been a really valuable piece of my time at HCD, and it's something I love doing. So we had our quarterly tribal working group yesterday with all 110 tribes, and we do that every quarter to engage on each of HCD's programs. And that's not to say that we don't have a lot of room to grow there. You know, walking back our legacy of history with the tribes is also something we're deeply committed to, but it doesn't mean we don't make mistakes and need to keep working on it. So we're in a constant place of growth there and listening.
Megan, thank you.
Yeah.
And I think I let my curiosity on that question get the best of me, and I will hold other questions.
Sorry.
Until
No, me too.
That was me. That was me. Thank you for the great work you're doing. We're going to go to Matthew Yazgat, Deputy Director of the CTC. And you and Kayla Giese are both going to be discussing. Great.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
So thank you, Chair Guardino, Commissioners, CARB board members, and Director Velasquez. I'm Matthew Yazgat. I'm the Deputy Director of Programming at the California Transportation Commission. And this morning, I'm pleased to cover the SB 671 Clean Freight Corridor Efficiency Assessment with my colleague Kayla Giese to my left. Back in December, the Commission was able to adopt and submit to the California Legislature the completed assessment, which was a culmination of over 24 months of hard work and coordination with all of our stakeholders in this space, led by, excuse me, Hannah Walter and Kayla Giese. So with that, I think Kayla is more more appropriate to present the bulk of the presentation. So I'm going to hand it over to her to cover some of the ground of the assessment.
Thank you, Matthew. Good morning, everyone. I'll be providing some background on our Clean Freight Corridor Efficiency Assessment over the next couple of slides. Next slides, please, Brandy. The goal of the SB 671 assessment was to identify corridors and infrastructure needed to support the deployment of zero-emission, medium-duty, and heavy-duty vehicles. To develop the assessment, we created an SB 671 work group made up of 140 organizations and 300 individuals from different sectors and industries. Our work group met 14 times over the course of 2 years and was open to anyone who wanted to participate. The final assessment was submitted to the legislature in December of 2023 after final approval by our commissioners. Next slide, please. SB 671 required us to identify the following topics in the assessment: freight corridors that would be priority candidates for the deployment of zero-emission, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles, the top 5 freight corridors with the heaviest freight volume. We actually identified the top 6. Projects that would achieve the goals of the assessment, barriers and potential solutions to achieving the goals of the assessment, the impact on roads and bridges due to increased weight of zero-emission vehicles, methods to avoid displacement of residents and businesses on the freight corridors, and benefits from the deployment of zero-emission vehicles. Next slide, please. The assessment identifies the top 6 freight corridors and their links to ports of entry and the top 34 priority freight corridors in the state. The top 6 corridors represent over 50% of average daily truck vehicle miles traveled by medium duty and heavy duty trucks across California and are defined as routes with the highest concentration of truck volume with a minimum segment length of 50 miles. The 34 priority corridors are corridors that are necessary to support the efficient movement of goods across the state and were identified by our work group members. Allowing our work group members to nominate corridors ensured that their perspectives regarding freight needs were included in the assessment. By identifying the 34 priority corridors and the top 6 corridors, we are providing a starting point for short and long-term zero-emission infrastructure planning for freight. Next slide, please. The assessment includes 3 scenarios of potential statewide zero-emission infrastructure needs. It includes the idea of focusing first on an initial viable network of stations needed along the top 6 corridors. These 3 scenarios are an accelerated battery electric adoption, a balanced adoption, and an accelerated hydrogen fuel cell adoption. We found that if we are focusing on the initial viable network of publicly accessible stations, we have enough public funds in existing grant programs to provide public funding for the initial viable network in 2025. The cost of the 2035 initial viable network is estimated to be between $10 and $15 billion, and all fund sources will need to be utilized for this. More details about this and the 3 scenarios can also be found in our assessment and its appendix and on our SB 671 webpage. This section of the assessment also covers individual station cost estimates. Next slide, please. This slide shows the current timeline for zero-emission freight infrastructure development and how recommendations in the assessment could shorten that timeline. Our assessment estimates that the current station development process can take 6 to 8 years per station. A central delivery team should be created to coordinate implementation on a state and local level, create a set of standardized station development models that can be replicated along priority corridors, and take a corridor approach to combine and sequence station development. Next slide, please. A primary recommendation in the assessment is the idea of a central delivery team. The central delivery team actions can be broken down into freight infrastructure focused and corridor focused. The central delivery team would work with state agencies and local planners and community members on more regionally specific plans and potential locations for zero-emission infrastructure. Next slide, please. The assessment includes several recommendations for the central delivery team, including working with the zero-emission strike team that was defined in Executive Order in 823 to continue the next steps of this work. A central delivery team would be a designated lead group or agency that will deliver the functions we have laid out in the assessment. The intent of this team is to lead the coordination of zero-emission infrastructure planning and implementation. The team should work with stakeholders to strategically select specific project locations or target small areas for collaboration with state agencies to deliver project sequencing goals. Next slide, please. I'll be going over some key recommendations from the assessment over the next several slides before I turn it over to Matthew. The final assessment includes 16 total recommendations for the transition to zero emission freight. I'll highlight some of them over the next few slides. First, here are some key recommendations for the central delivery team. As I mentioned earlier, one lead group should be designated to carry out the functions of the central delivery team outlined in the assessment. The team should identify leads from regional transportation planning agencies, metropolitan planning organizations, ports, utilities, localities, fleets, state agencies, and other stakeholders to implement the build-out of zero-emission infrastructure. The team should also develop a process for impacted communities, community-based organizations, equity advocates, public health advocates, tribal nations, environmental advocates, and any other groups identified to be included in zero-emission station location planning and implementation. They should also work with community colleges and ports that provide training programs to support training, reskilling, and upskilling of freight industry workers. Next slide, please. Next, the assessment recommends that available public funds should be allocated where possible to support the build-out of the 2035 initial viable network cost. We estimated that the total cost of the 2035 initial viable network will cost $10 to $15 billion, as I previously mentioned, and will need to be shared between private and public funding and come from all available sources. Next slide, please. We also have several recommendations for streamlining station development in the assessment in order to meet the state's goals. The central delivery team should be created to coordinate and implement SB 671 assessment recommendations. They should also create a set of standardized station development models that can be replicated for each station across a priority corridor. The legislature should consider authorizing a statutory exemption from CEQA for zero-emission freight charging and hydrogen fueling stations, and a default permit approval deadline for zero-emission freight charging and hydrogen fueling stations. A default permit approval deadline would allow a permit to be deemed complete if it is not approved or otherwise commented on within a specific time frame. State agencies should also continue to collaborate on zero-emission infrastructure planning. Next slide, please. Okay. Lastly, the assessment includes several recommendations on how to support fleet and truck owners in the transition to zero-emission freight. The legislature should create a new limited-term zero-emission truck incentive program for fleets of all sizes to assist them with purchasing zero-emission trucks. They should also authorize a vehicle buyback program that would appropriate funds to state agencies that could work with truck sales companies to set aside funds to buy back used zero-emission trucks from fleets once they reach their useful life. We are also recommending that the California Air Resources Board could create a provision within the Low Carbon Fuel Standard program to support build-out and operation of fast charging and hydrogen fueling infrastructure for medium and heavy-duty vehicles. And state agencies, RTPAs, MPOs, and the legislature should consider how the state can support Mexico-based fleets operating within California in the transition and explore funding opportunities for zero-emission infrastructure near the California-Mexico border. I will now turn it over to Matthew to touch on some next steps for the zero-emission freight transition.
Thank you, Kayla. Next slide, please. So before I talk next steps, we thought it was timely to mention that the federal government back in March also issued their own National Zero Emission Freight Corridor Strategy. This strategy is meant to guide from a federal level the deployment of zero-emission medium and heavy-duty vehicle charging and hydrogen refueling infrastructure from current year 2024 through 2040. So this is a nationwide assessment. On the right side, we wanted to provide you some similarities that we identified between our own assessment and the federal assessment that was just issued. So we recognize that both assessments prioritize a sequenced deployment along key freight corridors. They both recommend and suggest fostering collaborative processes with the government, the energy industry, the freight industry, and communities, similarly to what we've proposed in our central delivery team action. They both recognize prioritizing stakeholder and community feedback, and we're pleased that 5 of our top 6 corridors are identified as zero-emission freight corridors in the first phase of the national strategy. The one corridor, State Route 99, is identified in a later phase for their strategy. Next slide, please. So to wrap our conversation up, we wanted to talk about some next steps, because I think that's the perfect place for us to be since we've issued our assessment back in December. So commission staff are continuing to meet with legislative staff around the assessment's recommendations that we recommended to them about creating some draft legislation. Specifically, it's not noted on this slide, but Senate Bill 934 would implement our recommendation on the central delivery team, and our team is currently working with legislative staff to provide our feedback. Secondly, we continue to collaborate with the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, the California Energy Commission, the California Public Utilities Commission, the Air Resources Board, and Caltrans on how we as a state can transition to zero-emission freight. I'm not going to steal any thunder from Hannon and Gia to my right, but the Energy Commission will present on their clean transportation program, and the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development will cover their zero-emission vehicle strategy and state agency action plan. One agency that's not present today to present on their contribution is the Public Utilities Commission, who's leading an effort on the Freight Infrastructure Plan. So the Freight Infrastructure Plan is a coordinated effort led by the Public Utilities Commission, which includes several of the state's investor-owned utilities, to develop methodologies to provide each of them with an understanding of road segments in their service territories and the average truck trips on each corridor segment. This effort aims to provide a starting point to calculate an approximate electrical load necessary for each segment. And this work that they're doing on what they refer to as the FIP has been informed by several of the assumptions and methodologies that we developed in our Clean Freight Corridor Efficiency Assessment. And lastly, I need to note, the Commission has a continued emphasis on medium and heavy duty zero-emission infrastructure in our Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. So we are taking on our 4th iteration of that program. And with our cycle for guidelines development, we are emphasizing to a greater extent the need and the how ZEV projects can compete in our TSEP program. So we were very fortunate to recommend just over $150 million to ZEV projects in our 3rd cycle, which was our past, and we hope and expect we will have more submittals in our 4th cycle and fund more of those types of projects. So with that, I think I will close it off for the 671 assessment and turn it over to Hannon.
Matthew, Kayla, thank you. Hannon, welcome. It's great to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So my name is Hannon Rashul. I'm the Director of the Fuels and Transportation Division at the California Energy Commission. I have a lot of slides. I'm going to go through some of them at a very high level in the interest of time, but I want to provide the context and just some background on some of these slides so folks know we're thinking about a lot of different items. I'm going to speak primarily about our budget, our modeling and analysis efforts, and also the grant funding that we do. Next slide, please. So our primary funding source in our program is under this umbrella of the Clean Transportation Program. That's been around for quite some time. It was actually just reauthorized through 2035 this past summer. So just that continued commitment from the state for zero-emission vehicle infrastructure. I won't speak too much about really the greenhouse gas emission part of it. I think we all know that a lot of the climate crisis is from transportation, but then also the public health impact, especially from diesel vehicles, is from those tailpipes, diesel vehicles, and transportation as well. Next slide, please. So in addition to our $100 million per year baseline funding, we've also been lucky enough to get funding from the state, from the general fund and greenhouse gas reduction fund. So our most recently approved investment plan covering fiscal years 23-24 through 26-27 is $1.85 billion. That does not include the money that was already spent previous to fiscal year 23-24. It also does not include Clean Transportation Program or CTP reauthorization. Since that was just reauthorized last summer, we want to make sure we go through that stakeholder process and then allocate that out funding appropriately. We're going through that process now, so the next investment plan will reflect that money, 100 mil per year through 2035 as well. At a high level, this is 658 million for light duty EV infrastructure and 1.15 billion for medium duty, heavy duty. In addition to that, we have funding from the federal government through some formula funding for 5 years. We're also competing for additional competitive funding from the feds. Last year, we submitted an application, and we plan to submit at least one more. I could see us doing even upwards of 3 when the next funding round comes up. Next slide, please. So just briefly on this one, I'll go quickly on. We do a whole range of medium duty, heavy duty. So really class 2B through class 8, and also fund electric and hydrogen. Some of these are prescriptive line items from the legislature, such as drayage trucks, school buses, things of that nature. And then we have some broad funding as well. And again, we go through a really extensive stakeholder process on that more fungible funding of how to allocate that. Next slide, please. I'm going to skip over this one. It'll be in folks' decks if they want it. It just kind of shows a breakout for light duty, MDHD over those fiscal years. And then keeping in mind, this next investment plan will push that fiscal year 26-27 out to 2035 as well to reflect the full CTP. Next slide. Now, we have been very committed to equity for a long time now, and we continue to emphasize that in our programs. Our goal has been 50%, 50, towards disadvantaged or low-income communities. We've exceeded that. But one thing I want to note is that this is location-based. It is where is that infrastructure located? And we've actually been working for over a year to go beyond that. We really want to see and define how people are benefiting from this besides just the location. So while location is important, I think it's a tangible way to measure it. We want to go further and see, where is air quality improvements happening? Where are these vehicles, especially MDHD, traveling? Where are jobs created? So we're working on that now with a goal of by the end of this year, starting on Jan 1, 2025, we'll put that new rubric into place and still under that rubric seek to go over 50%. Next slide. Here's another one I'm just going to go really quickly on. This lists out some of our goals for 2025, 30, 35, and 45. I will note that the 2025 goal of 1.5 million ZEVs sold was actually achieved 2 years ahead of schedule. And then on the charger count piece, 250,000 chargers by 2025, 10,000 of which should be fast chargers. We met the fast charger goal 2 years ahead of time, hit that last year, and we're over 11,000 as of our last count earlier this year. Next slide, please. Okay, so next I'll speak briefly about the modeling and assessments we do. We have a number of them. I'm going to highlight just a couple. Pursuant to Assembly Bill 2127, we do an assessment of how much electric vehicle infrastructure is needed for light duty EVs and also MDHD, medium duty, heavy duty, truck, bus, electric vehicles as well. We actually key this off of the CARB regulations and other regulations. So this contemplates meeting ACT, ACF, and all the other regulations as well. So our modeling and our goals reflect that. You'll notice that most of the charging is going to come from depot charging. This tends to be more convenient for fleets located in a time where the vehicles are down either overnight or middle of shifts. But we also need a really robust, strategically placed public network as well. And so our analysis looks at both the public network, depot charging. We break it out by different power levels of those chargers. Obviously, a vehicle like a box truck that operates in a city may only go 30 miles in that day. You don't need as high of a charger for that. You also don't need to charge that every day. Our analysis shows that for some of those, you might charge it every second or third day. So we're really nuanced in how we think about this. We work with national labs and also academia in building these models out. Next slide, please. Here's another one I'm not going to spend too much time on, but I just want folks to know we're thinking about these things. We look at load curves as well of these different vehicles to see when they're going to power up in response to time of use rates and other characteristics. And we can look at when that charging will happen and how that's going to impact the grid. This is really important that we think about it. So we're thinking about this as well. Again, we're projecting about 82% of charging will happen in a depot, and the remainder will happen en route or at public retail charging. Next slide, please. So we also do quite a bit of analysis on hydrogen. Pursuant to Senate Bill 643, we do this analysis every 3 years. The first one was done just last year. And I'll note with both AB 2127 and Senate Bill 643, again, a really robust stakeholder process to hear from industry, vehicle manufacturers, charging companies, also other state agencies. We share draft with one another and make sure we're getting input on that. We do a draft, we refine it, we do a final version of that as well. The hydrogen one was our first one end of last year. Showed a pretty big variance in how much infrastructure will be needed for that based on different metrics such as vehicle options, fuel availability, fuel cost. So we'll refine that every 3 years as well. Next slide, please. We can skip over this one. This just mentions what I already said. So go to the next slide. Thank you. Oh, sorry, could you go back one? Thank you. Again, this is really the look at what this new load is going to do to the grid. This is a really important topic for us. We're showing in 2035, having met all of our goals for light duty and MDHD, the impact from electric vehicles will only be 10% of the peak load. Still something we need to plan for, but I know there's a lot of articles out there and discussions which make it seem like the sky is falling. We're planning for this. We're thoughtful about this. There will be some challenges at a more local level. You know, some circuits, some substations may need more time and attention. That's a real thing we need to think about and plan for. I don't want to minimize that, but holistically looking system-wide, we're in a good place and we continue to build towards meeting our goals and serving all those needs as well. All right, next slide, please. All right, next I will talk about some of our grant funding. We have a number of grant funding opportunities, and we use a bit of a portfolio approach where we use a third-party block grant to be broad, rapid, really want to get out there, and then also grant funding opportunities or GFOs we do in-house directly run through the Energy Commission. So Energize is managed for us through CalSTART, and it has 7 lanes, it's a pretty complex one. There's 4 primary lanes and then 3 set-aside lanes. Next slide, please. So Energize has been around for a couple years now. We've issued 191 awards, $115 million in incentives pushed out, and 100 million of that has been in disadvantaged or low-income communities, so well above the 50%. And this is where we really want to lean into that because diesel vehicles, they disproportionately, as we all know, impact certain communities. So our commitment here is actually 60%, 60, when we designed the program, and we're exceeding that as well. We're going to continue to focus on that. Also received significant match share, so at least $284 million in match share from the private industry and those applying to our programs through Energize. This will fund over 1,800 chargers and approximately 50 hydrogen dispensers as well. Next slide. So we have, again, several funding lanes. We have Fast Track, which is coordinated with CARB's HVIP program and other vehicle programs. So if a customer has a vehicle on the way, we want to get infrastructure to them as quick as possible. We have one dedicated for hydrogen, one dedicated to Jumpstart, which is called Jumpstart, but it's our equity lane. That one's 100% equity. You know, it's still 60% across the board, but that's 100% equity focused, and then a public charging lane as well. Next slide, please. Here's the 3 that are, they're set aside, coordinated with CARB and HVIP, dedicated to specific segments like school buses, transit buses, and drayage. Next slide. All right, so we have a number of solicitations we do that we run in-house, and these are generally targeted, sometimes more complex, often can go bigger with these as well. So we did a series of blueprints, essentially funding plans for cities and fleets, and they were able to apply where we funded them to do blueprints and really plan this full transition to zero emission vehicles, both electric and hydrogen. Our second phase of that is to actually fund the implementation of those blueprints. So we just did a notice of proposed award, or NOPA, in February of this year to fund those. I think there were about 5 winning of that one as well. We'll most likely do a second round because when we did the first round, some blueprints were complete, some weren't. We didn't want to wait for every blueprint to be done before we did that second one. We just really want to get out there and build stuff. So we did 1 round of that. We'll do a second round when more blueprints get built out and continue to fund those. Next slide. You heard about Senate Bill 671 and those freight corridors. So in working with CTC and some other agencies, we actually designed a solicitation to focus on those 6 freight corridors. Awarded those as well. Originally, we went out with $30 million in funding for that. We ended up doing $34 million. There was a lot of interest in that one. So we funded 3 projects, but each project has several sites. because we required them to actually start building out those corridors as well. So a number of projects built through that. Next slide, please. Here's another great example of a program with the Energy Commission and CARB working together. This actually, it's called Emerging Opportunities, that was funded through the general fund a couple years ago. It focuses on zero emission aviation, rail, and maritime. And we just released a NOPA, a notice of proposed award for those as well. Some really interesting and great projects, some electric tugs that'll be working at ports, some electric construction equipment as well. So this is really moving into that next phase of electrification for new vehicle segments as well. Next slide, please. All right, this is my last grant one. We're also looking at bidirectional electric school buses. So we're already seeing this in reality. I think it was last summer or 2 summers ago, El Cajon actually discharged electricity from their school buses and put it back on the grid during a heat wave. So this is real, it's tangible, it can happen. We're continuing to work through, one, how can we promote the pilot phase of it, but also be thinking about scale. So a lot of what we're doing now in some of these, especially in the bidirectional ones, we're saying, propose what you want us to fund right away and give us an indication of a phase 2 and how you would scale that. And we'll consider funding that as well if you meet certain metrics on the first part. Because I think we really want to move to this rapid deployment, but also scaling up what we know is possible. Next slide, please. All right, this is my last slide, and we'll quickly mention something we're working on now. So zero emission vehicle infrastructure plan, we did one back in 2022. And this is really an articulation of the state efforts in deploying zero emission vehicle infrastructure across all the agencies, also the private industry and utilities and all the players, and what that looks like. The one we're developing now, we'll have a draft out this summer for public comment and hope to publish the final one at the end of the year, is going a step deeper and really having that deployment plan anchoring to the AB 2127 and Senate Bill 643 goals. We know where we have to get to. We know where we are. We'll build out the pipeline because there's a lot happening, local, state, and federal, and then start addressing those gaps year after year so we can target those and figure out what's the Energy Commission role, what is the private role, really build all this infrastructure out in a timely manner. And with that, I will stop. Thank you very much.
Hannon, thank you. And thanks for your eagerness to get those dollars out on the street and doing the work that they're intended to accomplish. Gia, welcome. It's great to have you with us.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me this morning. I'm glad to be here. I can go to, so I'm Gia Vason. I'm the Deputy Director for the Zero Emission Vehicle Market Development Office at GoBiz. Next slide. I think we're familiar with GoBiz, but not that many years ago, people didn't really know what GoBiz was. So just a quick overview, excuse me. We serve the state as kind of the leader for job growth and economic development and business expansion. And we really work across sectors to improve how we can work together better to solve problems and accelerate our achievement of our economic, environmental, and social goals. So we have several units that do a variety of different things. I'll just highlight a couple on the slide. There are more than this, but our business investment services team works really around incentive navigation. We have a confidential site selection opportunity for businesses looking to establish or expand in California. Of course, our zero emission vehicle market development team. We also have a newer unit, which was developed kind of around the concept of the ZEV unit, is the Climate and Clean Energy Unit, really looking at how we're going to accomplish our energy needs and how we're going to have the capacity and the transmission and distribution that we need. And we have a sustainable freight and supply chain unit as well. So the three of our units are really working more closely together because there's so much overlap in transitioning to a fossil-free future. Next slide, please. So in our office, the ZEV Market Development Office, we really work with state agencies and local government and industry to identify and support zero emission vehicle deployment. And we kind of serve as, I'd say, connectors and problem solvers is really our primary role. And so when it comes to the medium and heavy duty vehicles, or as we affectionately call them, the big ZEVs, we thinking about infrastructure deployment, we really have a collaborative approach because there are unique challenges to this market that are different than light duty. And so we're providing permitting assistance, looking at different, ways to engage with businesses and understand the challenges that they're encountering at the local level, and thinking about things like, what kind of different problems are we having when we think about charging depots or these very large sites, and really getting together with the local jurisdictions to think about how we can streamline this effort, and then bring those challenges back to the state to think about whether there might be larger solutions that we can apply that could help raise everyone's ability to deploy this infrastructure quickly. Next slide. Well, I guess I forgot to mention, we also have a number of different kinds of resources on our website for permitting, for where we are in the state and streamlining and those kinds of things as well. So, and then we also work in a lot of cross-agency collaboration. As you heard from the other speakers, we have a lot of different efforts going on, and the agencies talk together a lot, but often GoBiz can serve that role of helping to convene the agencies to come together and kind of work through some of those pieces. One key element that we have is the Zero Emission Vehicle Market Development Strategy. It was part of Governor Newsom's ZEV executive order, and it tasked GoBiz with developing a strategy for the state, kind of an all-of-government approach. And the first one was published in 2021. We are required to update it every 3 years, so we have a draft that's about ready to go to publishing soon here and should be out this quarter. And it's really intended to be kind of our North Star, how we organize more effectively to move the market forward together. So in addition to setting kind of core principles and establishing clear roles, it also identifies objectives for the almost 30 agencies that touch ZEV in one way or another. Obviously, some of them are much closer than others, but that's kind of the main point of the strategy. And then we also have within that annual action plans for the state agencies and some metric snapshots. So I'll go into a little bit more detail on those as well. Next slide. So there's a few different components I wanted to just share. So we have our public ZEV strategy website, which you can go and you can find the strategy document. You can find the state agency action plans. You can look at the executive order. And it also houses, next slide, please. It also houses our ZEV market metrics. So the strategy document itself has a really robust appendix that goes into the various metrics for the market pillars and the outcomes that we have. So I maybe should have said we have 4 key pillars to lifting up the zero emission vehicle market, right? We need vehicles, we need infrastructure, we need the end users, and we need the workforce. So for each of those pillars and our larger outcomes around air quality, reducing greenhouse gases, and including that ensuring that we're inclusive and that we have equity and access, and that we have the jobs needed to have workers in this space. We kind of go into a little bit of what we're measuring there. So on the website, you can see, next slide. If you click into the snapshots document there, you can see some medium and heavy duty metrics that are incorporated in a few different spots. And I know this is really small, but just wanted to show you what, what it looks like there. So namely, it's in vehicle numbers and voucher data and those kinds of things now. And we don't really break out freight versus transit, in the snapshot, but the original data sources that are provided there can get more granular. And then for infrastructure, we're actually waiting and working with the forthcoming CEC medium and heavy duty dashboard that is being worked on right now. And also, if people are curious about freight data, we could encourage them to look at the Atlas EV Hub electric freight dashboard. GoBiz and CEC staff are actually meeting with EV Atlas Hub this month to discuss the respective dashboards. But what we've learned actually is that measuring the big ZEV transition in an early market is not really that straightforward just yet. And we need to come together to identify how to measure that in a meaningful way and track our progress. So if anybody has suggestions on how to do that or how to highlight the big ZEVs, we welcome that input. Next slide, please. We also have the strategy document itself, which I mentioned is kind of the North Star document. And it's got many appendices that are super helpful, but the body of the document itself is just about 20 pages, and it's a pretty easy read. And I wanted to highlight a couple of items in that document. So next slide. This is a lot of words, so don't get hung up on that, but this is new for 2024. It really, in the original document, we talked about why do we need a strategy and sort of what are we doing, who's doing what, but we didn't really identify how are we doing that. And so this is an effort to identify the strategies that the state uses as a whole to move forward the market and what outcomes we expect to achieve, why these strategies are meaningful and important in our nearer term outcomes, and how those then ultimately create longer term outcomes in the four pillars of the ZEV market, and ultimately how the impact is then results in an equitable and growing ZEV market. And of course, you'll see there are the triangle going through equity in every decision is critical, and it happens to be of our core principles, equity in every decision happens to be the first core principle. Next slide. Just have a couple more items here on the strategy document. So I guess I want to back up. The importance here in terms of our context for today is there is so much happening at the state. It's hard to keep track of what's going on. And so this is really an effort to identify the roles and responsibilities that the various players play within the state agencies, but also the external stakeholders, right? So there's a section in the document that really identifies the ZEV connection, the equity connection, and how these different players participate across the different pillars to stand up the market. And so here's an example of the non-governmental organizations. We have codes and standards bodies, environmental NGOs, equity NGOs, and really their kind of role more broadly to see their place in the system. So that we go through a number of different stakeholder groups, both inside the government and out, and you can take a look at that. And then next slide. Also within the document, it is for the government agencies are our market development objectives. And in each agency we worked with them to develop the objectives, and these are the basis of the equity action plans that are developed on an annual basis and published. So next slide, we can go to that. They are submitted annually, and it really talks about what are the OKRs, the objectives and key results that each agency expects to accomplish within that year. So to share a little bit about some examples in the medium and heavy duty space, Caltrans has included their action plan for the commercial vehicle electrification, the coordination, the convening of the interagency freight meetings, and supporting and leading the ZEV freight project proposals. CARB and their regulations and incentives for the medium and heavy duty vehicles and moving that forward. CEC has development and update of the medium and heavy duty electric vehicle infrastructure load operations and deployment, big mouthful, otherwise known as heavy load. And so that model for identifying what our needs are going to be in the big ZEV space. And CTC's implementation of SB 671, which you heard about a little bit earlier. So it's a good place to go if you want to know what the agencies are working on, kind of where they sit in the space and what their focus is. Next slide. So we've heard a lot about equity. It's a big priority for the administration and to the state, kind of across the board. And so wanted to just take a minute to identify how we really had this multi-pronged approach to equity as we think about ZEV equity. As I mentioned before, equity in every decision is the first core principle there. You can see it at the bottom of that diagram. We also have an ZEV equity engagement and implementation plan, which we're going to build on with a new addition here. SB 1251 placed a ZEV equity advocate at GoBiz, which actually we have candidates in appointments right now. So fingers crossed that will be coming to us soon, that are housed at GoBiz. And then we have a number of other ways that we're participating to ensure a more equitable transition. Funding, massive investments coming from the agencies. We have research and analysis to understand these barriers, awareness building and tools assistance kinds of things. Workforce and just transition, but in the interest of time, I won't go into detail of each of those, but taking a multi-pronged approach, as I mentioned. Next slide. Wanted to take just a minute to mention a little bit more about this ZEV Equity Advocate, right? Will be intended to kind of lead our state around a couple of key things. Aligning our definition of what does it mean to have equity in the zero emission vehicle space and in clean mobility. And what are meaningful metrics for measuring that? So as Hannon mentioned, they're kind of wanting to go beyond the geographic dimensions of something, right? What does it actually mean to feel an inclusive transition here? So aligning our state's definition around that. And also developing a ZEV equity action plan. So that will be basically pulling together the many efforts into a more kind of cohesive landscape. And because there are many, and there's a lot of excitement about this piece, and then providing better transparency and clarity on paths for engagement in the ZEV equity space. Next slide, please. Oh, before we go, sorry, go back. In the meantime, we have put up an input form that you can see there. It's on our website, or you can use a QR code to solicit input about what should be included, what are your concerns, and this is really intended to be kind of an ongoing opportunity for people to come and share their thoughts as we go forward in developing this plan. Okay, I'm ready now. Thank you. Wanted to just take a moment to mention a little bit about the infrastructure strike team and the zero emission vehicle and hydrogen working groups. So next slide. I think many are familiar about the objectives of the group, but just for our awareness here, a dashboard to track progress, coordinating across the agencies for faster project delivery, identifying potential statutory and regulatory changes for the strike team to consider, and identifying opportunities to leverage state and federal funding for workforce needs, and raising awareness about state and federal funding opportunities that exist. Next slide. We have the build.ca.gov site up, which GoBiz can't take credit for. We participated in, but it's a really interesting place to go, and you can filter by zero emission vehicles if you want and see the different projects around the state. We're coordinating with our sister agencies to help keep that updated and including the projects as we go. Next slide, please. And then I just wanted to show here the zero emission vehicle working group and the hydrogen working group are led by GoBiz. Director Myers and Chair Randolph are the heads of the ZEV group, and then Director Myers at GoBiz is the head of the hydrogen work group. And then you can see we have a lot of interested parties. Some of this has shifted a little bit, but many people that we're engaging to make sure that we are addressing the needs and achieving the goals of these working groups. Next slide, please. And really, this is my last slide. We need partnership to succeed, and we are great partners, and there's always more to do. So thank you for the time and attention.
Gia, excellent. And thank you too. Yep. Never step on the applause. Thank you to all of you for keeping us on time with such substantive updates as well. We want to make sure that we have comments both from the public as well as from our colleagues on the dais. So let's start, please, with if there are, yes, there are cards. Thank you very much. Oh, okay, great. We're starting within the room, I take it? Thank you, Douglas. The first, and if the first three could please line up so that we're good stewards with everyone's time. Alan Hirsch, followed by Steve Bertelbaugh. And if I mispronounced that, my apologies, followed by Martha Armis Kelly.
Hi, Alan Hirsch, Davis, California, Davis Lorax. First, we didn't discuss super heavy duty vehicles, which was rail. I don't know what freight greenhouse gas per pound is, but for passenger service, when you move a person from a car to a train, you only cut the greenhouse gases by 40%. And I don't know diesel total thing, but I know when they talked about converting the Caltrain line from San Francisco to San Jose, which is down process, you were going to reduce NOx for the entire Bay Area region by 1%, just that one project by electrifying the railroad. So I think we need to consider electrifying the rail. I know that's maybe a little out of the purvey of 671, but I think that's really important. It's based on the I-80 corridor. And we want to shift people to rail as a way of producing zero emissions. We need to make those rail systems lower carbon footprint. Second, there's an overlap, very fair, between housing and transportation. And that's in, especially equity in housing, because if you can't charge your car at your apartment, you can't get a ZEV. And that's an equity, a massive equity thing, because low income people are in rental housing and they can't put a charger in there. And you want to shift them to active modes, e-bikes. There's no place to charge it. And carrying a 50 or 60-pound e-bike up to your second floor apartment is not viable. So we need to change that. I'm in Davis where we do a lot of bicycles and we really are into EV, and really we haven't figured out a way of figuring how to retrofit this and all this affordable housing. And I hope that there should be state mandated policies to retrofit it and some money to do that, because until we basically figure out how to retrofit EV chargers into our apartment complexes, we have a massive equity problem, because only the rich or homeowners can afford to have an EV car. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hirsch, thank you. Next in the room is Steve Bertelbaugh. And again, please correct me if I've mispronounced your name, sir, followed by Martha Armis Kelly, and bless you to whomever that was. Mr. Bertelbaugh?
Thank you. I'm Steve Bertelbaugh with the Transportation and Land Use Coalition of Sonoma County, and I want to welcome you to Petaluma. I hope that you have a chance to get around the city and see how many lanes for bicycles you have that are protected by bollards. The city is making great progress in that area, and they'll soon get a new station for the SMART train, which will increase the ability of people to get on and off the train and make use of it. As I mentioned trains, I counted the number of times that they were mentioned on the presentation. Twice. Transit, mentioned twice. If we're going to meet the Air Resources Board's objectives of doubling the amount of transit that people have and reducing driving by 25%, we've got to focus on those things. And I hope that in future meetings, you'll be able to get an update on what's happening with the rail processes and with transit. Personally, when I go to Sacramento, I have to spend 2 hours watching the bumper of the car in front of me. I'd much rather ride a fast train. Thanks much.
Thank you, Mr. Bertelbaugh. And he is followed by Martha Armis Kelly. Welcome, Martha.
Good morning. My name is Martha Armis Kelly, and I am a resident of Merced, California, but I'm here also as your guest from the Equity Advisory Council Committee here for transportation. And I just want to commend you all on your reports. They're very thorough, but when we're looking at the word equity, we need to really claim it and frame it around the people that are affected by all of our efforts, right? And I know that each and every one of you take those considerations, but from a layman's perspective, it would be very nice to be able to hear the names of those communities affected, to hear how we're going to include equity. Equity is not a word that can be just used without understanding the context of equity. And as these gentlemen expressed, we have a disparity. When all these plans and programs come into effect, where is the language for the community to be able to be included in this? When there is no cost analysis. I didn't hear anything about cost analysis for the people that are affected. The California residents need to know how is this going to impact them? When you're looking at CARB, for example, is going to be launching an excellent program with EV bikes. I'm going to be signing up. I fall into that index, and so many people will want to participate in that. But how are we going to create the infrastructure that is accessible and can be afforded by our California residents? We need to look at how we're going to include communities into using those multimodal methods of transportation. We need to look at the safety mechanisms with all areas that we're talking about. When you're talking about different types of gases and the emergency service, OES should be here. You should be having those discussions, understanding what ifs. We need to look at the what ifs when we're applying all of our concepts into action. And I don't hear that. And I'd like to hear more of that. When there was a flood in California in Planada, and those residents were knee deep in water, there was no mitigation plan, but it wasn't just their fault. It's also our fault on the bigger spectrum, because we're not pushing for the local jurisdictions to buy in. We want them to buy in, but where are the sanctions for the local jurisdictions? And when we're offering funding, we need to have some accountability in those local areas so they can report back and that money is actually applied for those residents that are of most impact. DAC is just a word. We need to make it something that's solid and beautiful and transformative for our California residents. And I laud you because I know it's hard what you're doing. And I'm excited because I hear a lot of movement, but we got to bring it back to the ground floor and those grassroots people that we are want to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha, and it's good to have you here. Appreciate you traveling all the way from Merced. Do we have, Justin, anyone online who would like to address this item?
Yes, thank you, Chair Gardino. We do have some virtual attendees who've indicated they wish to comment on this item. I'd like to first call on William Walker.
Hi, can folks hear me?
Yes, we can, William. When you start,
Great.
speaking, we'll start the clock.
Sounds good. Great. Good morning. My name is William Walker. I'm the chair of the Equity Advisory Committee. I actually intended to attend this morning. I'm sitting in San Francisco, and considering the topic at the very top of this presentation was affirming fair housing, I'm responding to an eviction, unlawful detainer, and I've been living in my apartment for 12 years, and my landlord, probably a bank, has been trying to get me out for 9. So I'm going to say something else on that you probably, I mean, it's going to be hard to hear like that. I hope that was hard to hear for y'all. I worked for the state in 2020. And as all these equity statements were being rolled out, the week George Floyd was murdered, I was in charge of a number of webinars that were going out to different state agencies. And for a minute, I was told to write that statement, which probably wasn't appropriate. But then that same agency that I worked for put 12 white people on an equity committee and thought that that was okay. The reason I'm saying this is because you can present all the data that you all want, but as long as the folks that you're talking about that are living in redlined communities that still have racist names on their covenants, or I'm sorry, racial covenants on their deeds, if they're lucky enough to have a deed, or they might be renting from someone who has racial covenants in their deeds, this process has to go beyond staff members writing reports about how we're going to fix it and looking at a pipeline for the folks who are living in these communities to come in and help craft policies to make their lives better. I'll say that HCD is here and they do a great amount of work around, enforcing cities complying with RENA, but SGC is not here. And that's the council that is responsible for all of this transit-oriented development that we speak of. And that chart that was just shown from the Energy Commission about all the different funds, we really need a legend as outsiders that gives us a list of where all these funds are coming from in regard to transportation so that we can actually respond. But we can't fill out every single link that says, hey, you guys, give us feedback. It's 120 links. Thank you.
Mr. Walker, thank you. You timed that perfectly. Justin, we have other people online?
Yes, thank you. Next, I'd like to call on Sophia Rafikova.
Yes, good morning, commissioners and board members. I'm Sophia Africoa with the Coalition for Clean Air. I wanted to take this opportunity to talk about a project that would move our state away from the sustainable freight goals that we've heard about today. And in particular, I did want to express our very sincere gratitude towards Dr. Gress and Dr. Cliff for their leadership in protecting the air quality and public health of Californians by submitting letters in response to the YO 80 Managed Lanes project. Their comments highlight the inconsistencies between this project and what California strives to achieve under its clean air and climate mandates. We strongly support the great work CARB staff has been doing in this field and encourage Caltrans to reconsider the YOLO 80 project due to the concerns shared in the CARB letters. As stated in the letters, CARB found that the YOLO I-80 project is inconsistent with state plans as it will substantially increase VMT and GHG emissions. The approval of this project would go directly against the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, which states that we should be promoting projects that do not significantly increase passenger vehicle travel, and the CARB Scoping Plan, which sets the goal of reducing VMT by 25% by 2030. While the project proponents claimed that the YOLO 80 would reduce VMT, their conclusions are based on faulty modeling, which do not account for the fact that drivers will naturally shift their departure times to avoid congested peak periods. Additionally, the project fails to fully mitigate its impacts by only mitigating less than half of its total induced travel. This is contrary to Caltrans' own guidelines, and if this project were to approve, there should be a requirement for Caltrans to fully mitigate its induced VMT to reduce the public health impacts caused by increased freight travel this project would cause the residents of Yolo and Sacramento counties. For these reasons, we align our comments with CARB and express our concerns about the role that Caltrans has taken in pushing through highway expansion projects that have significant issues with their EIR process. We simply wish to ensure that Caltrans is not jeopardizing federal funding by promoting projects with multiple inconsistencies. Instead, we would like to see this funding spent on projects that reduce VMT, create benefits for our health, environment, safety, and equity, and support the great work your agencies are doing in moving California towards a more sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Justin, other people online?
That concludes all the virtual hand raised I see at this time. We did receive one written comment from an anonymous attendee. They write, "The presentation is encouraging, prioritizing ZEV infrastructure along freight corridors. However, California Air Resources Board are not providing any credit to the regions for doing this for our sustainable community strategies. If you want to promote this, then the Air Resources Board should allow the regions to receive credit for this investment. They are saying that they will only provide credit for commuter travel using passenger cars and only certain types of EVs. They are assuming that the private sector will address this and other demand using federal and state dollars. They will only consider this if we use local dollars at the regional and local level, which is not cost feasible. Thank you." And that concludes all comments received for this item.
Great. Justin, thank you. We've had a chance to hear public comments from people in the room and online, as well as written comments. I'd like to turn it over to the dais for CARB board members, HCD, and CTC commissioners for any comments or questions. I'm seeing 3 tent cards up. I love that. We use the same system. And we'll go right at the top of the dais. For the people at home too, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves as we do so, and then we'll come down to this second dais, and then I'll look this way. We have at least 7 tent cards up. Please.
John Balms, physician member of the Air Resources Board. So first of all, I want to thank the presenters. They did a great job of covering a lot of material pretty much on time. But I also specifically want to give a shout out about the presentation from Ms. Kirkby about the legacy of racial discrimination and redlining, which informed some of the public comments as well. And it's great to hear all the agencies being concerned about equity. I realize it's a focus of the governor. But as I think Martha said, it's just a word. And I'm a little bit concerned that each one of our agencies may use a different definition of what a disadvantaged community is. I know at CARB, we basically use CalEnviroscreen, and I hope that that's maybe what the other agencies are using, but that wasn't explicitly said, and that's it's important to have a definition of what a disadvantaged community is and what equity means in operation. Because I think that we have to make sure that the so-called disadvantaged communities, I don't even like that term, but lone communities of color who are most impacted by our transportation policies, our affordable housing crisis, our air quality, that they actually are seeing benefits from the infrastructure investments. I mean, it's great to see all this money being budgeted, but how are we
really monitoring that the communities are benefiting from these infrastructure investments. And then I think Martha also said this, how are our agencies actually engaging with the frontline communities? At least at CARB, we learned from our efforts to implement AB 617 that we were clueless initially about how to really engage with our AB 617 disadvantaged communities. I think we've learned a lot in the last few years of trying to implement AB 617, but I think too often well-intentioned, well-meaning programs at the state level don't really engage the communities that they're intended to help. So I just want to support what the public testimony said.
I want to commend our state, and I know
Martha,
that,
we don't do that.
I'm
please.
sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
thank
so
you.
sorry. I just wanted to comment to what he said. Oh, okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you can do
Sorry.
that at lunch. Thank you.
So I
Martha.
think I'll stop there.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Diane?
Thank you, Martha. I think we're all going to quote you, so you're going to, we appreciated your input. I also want to appreciate the panel, all of the speakers. There's just so much going on and there's so much data being collected. Really appreciate all of the work that you all are doing. I thought that Martha really brought us home to, and Dr. Baums as well, that we really aren't doing, we're not achieving equity, we're actually doing mitigation. So if we look at the communities that we are investing in, and those investments are impressive, this is about the fact that they are impacted. And they've been disproportionately impacted for decades. And so we're trying to make that right. At the same time, those benefits may or may not be appearing. But I'd like to see us, so my question to you and my request is, we need to separate that out. We can't act like 60% of the investments are somehow benefits. It could be benefiting the community, I hope it is, but it's really righting a wrong that's decades long. So I think we need to separate that out. That would be one of my requests. I also, John mentioned the 617 communities. I'd love to know how the work that we're doing for fair housing and affordable housing is related to 617, as well as the freight corridor work. We already know, where the impacts are, and those are the communities that are adjacent to the ports, the seaports, as well as the land ports coming from San Diego, Tijuana. It's clear to us that the 905 area, right at the border, we have 1 million trucks crossing at the Otay Mesa border. If it's not obvious to everyone that we need this infrastructure there, and I know you've recognized that, but we haven't gotten there yet at all. I mean, we have one little charging station there. So those are the places that I really hope that we can talk about how we're prioritizing those. And then related to affordable housing, the city of San Diego, in their wisdom, is building thousands of homes right on the 905 freeway. And so where is the state, whoever, on critiquing that element, that forward movement for affordable housing, but we've just created a disproportionately impacted community, and we're creating more. I mean, there's some 5,000 housing units that are scheduled to be right on the 905 freeway. So I understand that locals have authority over land use, but this is the kind of relationship that I think is critically important for the state to really influence and, dare I say, require that some of that those considerations be made prior to allowing housing where you already have known pollutants. I also appreciate, Hanan's, your reference to the regional blueprints and I wanted to hear more about how those are getting utilized. We participated in the San Diego Regional Project, and it was eye-opening, I think, and really important for that blueprint, the heavy-duty, the medium and heavy-duty blueprint to come forward. But it stopped short of saying where those charging stations should be. And we talked about depot charging, but in terms of public charging, other than at the port and at the border, where are those, where should those be? And we can, it's somewhat obvious, but they basically ran out of money. So I wondered if there was a part two that the MPOs could apply for. I have a few more questions. So I also appreciate the port focus and want to make sure that it's said that all of the trucks that are impacting our communities, like auto carriers, are not included in drayage. So we need to put attention on those auto carrier trucks that have a huge impact on, for instance, National City, where we have over 500,000 cars that are being delivered out of the National City Marine Terminal. So those are not on the same accelerated timeline as the drayage trucks are. And so we need to think about how we're going to incorporate those and make it easier for them to actually transition to zero emission. And then the last thing I'll say is, I think it's interesting that we're talking about land use and siting guidance for housing, which I think is critically important. I haven't heard much about that for charging stations, and I understand that there's less risk with electric charging stations. There is considerable risk, however, with hydrogen fueling, and I'm not hearing what the criteria might be and what the land use guidance would be for hydrogen fueling. And if there is, I'd love to hear what that is. It gives me some pause to think about exemptions from CEQA when we're talking about hydrogen fueling. So I'd like to hear more from you about that as well. Thank you.
And thank you. And just from a clarification standpoint, were you looking, you had several excellent questions there. Were you looking for responses real time or offline with our panelists? Absolutely. Just wanted to make sure. Great. Good.
I can take some of those. I know some were towards the housing end, so I'll let my colleagues respond to that. But on the transportation piece, you mentioned the blueprints. So certainly looking at potentially doing another round of blueprints. So again, cities, fleets, whomever could apply for the planning part of it. So looking to potentially do that again later this year. We're still working through the internal process to determine what to pursue. But I think that's certainly on the list. As it pertains to the SANDAG application, or let me say the SANDAG proposal where they developed a blueprint, they actually didn't complete their blueprint when we went out to implement the first round. So when we do the second round of implementation, they will certainly be eligible for that. My understanding is they completed their blueprint in February of this year. So when we release that next implementation one later this year, they will certainly be able to apply to that as well. And that's really when, we expect the applicant to do that outreach. A lot of times we require the outreach to tell us where the infrastructure is going to be. So on the blueprint piece, we really want them to think about that. Sometimes they do it in-house. Sometimes they get a third-party consultant to help them with it. But when they go to the implementation phase, we do expect applicants to tell us where the infrastructure is going to be as well.
That's great, really helpful. And if I could just say one thing back, one of the things I really appreciated about the SANDAG process was they were intentionally working with the 617 communities, both at the port and at the border. And one of the things that came up that I know it's, we just keep running into these challenges is not to create magnets for heavy duty vehicles at the port and the border where we already have so many. And where they're impacting the communities. So we really need that regional blueprint for real to make sure that there are charging stations throughout the region so that there, trucks that don't come to the port or the border aren't going there to get the charging. So
yeah. And actually, I'll give you a quick preview on something we hope to get out I want to say this week, it'll probably be a few weeks away. We are working on an MDHD dashboard to show where all the public retail stations are, both what's operational, but what's also being developed in the pipeline. So we want to help city planners think about what's already on the way, as well as the private investors who are building infrastructure to know where there may be gaps. So we'll put that out sooner than later, just running it through the internal process. We'll put a beta version out and actually ask for folks to tell us what we missed. Especially with the depot charging, it can be a little difficult to know exactly where those are for the ones we don't fund. Because certainly lots happen in the private market as well. So I'm gonna try to build out that database as well and make it really public for folks.
I have just been informed that we have about 5 more commissioners and board members in the room who would like to make comments and ask questions, and several board members and commissioners on the phone, and that we have about 7 minutes. So in other words, that's just not possible. Is it, if it's okay, may we go to Board Member De La Torre next? And if you do have a question, just let us know to whom you were primarily directing it to as well. Thank you, and thank you all for your patience.
I had a comment, but I'm not going to do that. I have one question, and I'm not sure who is in charge of this, but speaking of rolling out these vehicles, the zero emission trucks, we all know they're heavier to begin with, and then they have cargo. I have gotten multiple complaints from folks down in Southern California in the goods movement sector who have purchased these trucks and can't use them because they need a multi-year weight exemption for the 160,000 pound limit. And they are complaining about how long it takes to get this. These are national firms, and they said that in places, and it really is hard for me to say this, places like Georgia and Florida, who are doing a better, faster job on this with electric trucks than we are. And so this is something that needs to be a priority. We need to figure out the process to speed these up because they're just going to keep coming. Hopefully, and thank goodness that they are going to keep coming. But we need to get out of the way. And so, again, I'm just, it's a question, issue, whatever. Whoever the right agency is, please answer that.
Who would like to take that? We just finished March Madness, so it's a jump ball. Who would like to take that?
Maybe I'll take that one because I do believe we don't have the correct agency. None of our agencies have the authority over the permitting process. I'm not sure which agency it is, but we can follow up with you, Hector.
Stephen, did you want to weigh in on that? No? Okay. And thank you, Board Member De La Torre. So that I'm not being a ping pong, I'm going to stay on this side for a moment. Vice Chair Grisby.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to all the presenters this morning. My question is for Gia. We know that in the old economy that we're moving away from, there's been a lot of inequities in that carbon-based economy. As we decarbonize, of course, that's an opportunity to create a more equitable economy. Is one of the hallmarks of what we can do with climate justice. So my question revolves around the ability of our investments to create not just jobs for disadvantaged communities, but opportunities to create long-term wealth. We know that for most people, that means either buying a home or succeeding in a small business. So in this case, what have we done to promote business creation in communities of color and other disadvantaged communities through these investments that we've made?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I mean, I think we have ongoing outreach and services for any small business, right? We have the Office of the Small Business Advocate within GoBiz. And then we're kind of the lead point of contact for a lot of different innovation that's happening in the zero emission vehicle space. And so I think in terms of, and maybe Hannon, you would want to speak to the workforce development investments that CEC is making as well. So there is some directed funding there. But from GoBiz's perspective, it's really around ensuring that people that want to participate in a zero emission vehicle transition, whether that's through the workforce, whether that's through starting a business or other kinds of ensuring that we have more affordable and equitable access to vehicles and infrastructure that will enable mobility to get to different kinds of jobs, right? Even just the mobility piece can enable kind of better acceleration for wealth. That they have the tools to be able to do that. And then I would just say that I think that we're all recognizing that there are efforts, but there's even more need for thinking about financial inclusion opportunities, right? So how do we ensure that people who are unbanked or underbanked can participate in the clean mobility transition, whether that's getting to from point A to point B, whether that's owning a ZEV, whether that's having multimodal opportunities or participating in the workforce. So working with Caltrans on that to think about some ways for ZEV equity payment cards and thinking about how we can create more inclusion that way as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Crisby. Board Member Rechtschaffen?
Thank you. I have a question. It's primarily for Hannon, since you have most of the infrastructure money, but I think it applies to CTC and even CARB to the extent that we're spending money on infrastructure. Actually, it's two questions. Given that we have the 671 assessment, shouldn't we be prioritizing more investment along those corridors? You talked about $34 million being awarded to projects on those corridors. That's out of a $1.15 billion budget. So that's the first question. And then the second question is, we all would like the grid to be in a better shape than it is and have anticipated where the needs of heavy-duty vehicles are, but it's not. And despite heroic efforts, the utilities aren't getting there fast enough. Can we think about, or should we think about putting our thumbs on the scale and giving more money or higher incentives if there are projects in places where the grid doesn't need to be upgraded? So again, for you and then others who are considering funding as well.
Yeah, thanks for those questions. So on the first one, absolutely. I think the 671 work and then the national strategy, which was released in March as well, we're going to continue to focus on those. I think a lot of good work has been done to identify those as priorities. I shouldn't say always hit absolutes, but we're often willing to add more money to a solicitation if there's a high demand for it. So in that one, we went out with 30 million originally. We had more than that in good project that scored well. So we funded 34 million. We'll release another round later this year. And part of what we want to do on these repeat solicitations is do it once, kind of get a sense of where the market is and who's investing in it, and then do it again with some lessons learned and improvements, and continue to have a steady source of funding around that. So I could see doing it again later this year, another one the following year, and really just have it on a predictable schedule so that folks know when and how to apply for that. And also gives us an opportunity to refine our grant funding opportunities to make sure we're meeting people where they are and supporting that part of it. On the locational piece, a really important one as well as it pertains to the grid. So we are seeing some really neat, impressive, innovative things happening. So we funded a project with Prologis who did linear generators to help support their deployment at a site that may not have been ready for the larger installation right away. We also saw Watt EV doing it with solar and storage as well. They're opening up a new site, I believe, one in April, another one in May. So there's a lot happening right now with these large fleets being creative on how to do it. I think part of what we need to think about as well as funding and regulatory agencies is how we can support that, right? There's a lot of innovation out there. We don't want to be stuck in the old rubric of how we do things. So I think we need to open it up to allow these type of innovations to come forward and then fund them. I will say we do fund some degree of on-site storage and on-site generation for these projects. But even internally, we're trying to balance what's the right ratio, because we don't want these to be turning like, we're going to do one charger and then a whole bunch of microgrid on it as well. It's important, but we need the infrastructure kind of across the board. So we're constantly trying to calibrate that.
Maybe the one, ooh, that was loud. Maybe the one thing I'll add to what Hannon said is in the Commission's Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, we are absolutely prioritizing funding to projects identified along the top 6 corridors. The two projects that were standalone ZEV in our third cycle happen to be along the I-5, both in Southern California as well as in Northern California. But we made sure that our top freight corridors did link to California's top largest three ports. So the 880 is a link to 80 to the Port of Oakland, and then the 710 is a link to the San Pedro Bay port complex. So we absolutely would suggest within our guidelines calling out that projects along those corridors would be the ones that would be more competitive for funding versus those that are not.
Thanks, Board Member Rexhoff. And I'm going to go over here with Board Member Krakow.
I'm sitting next to the new board member, Commissioner Tiffany. In case we run out of time, let's let him go first.
Well, thank you. That's very kind of you. I know the focus has been on large trucks today, but in my prior life, I was a car dealer for over 30 years. And I have some experience with dealing with the market and the transition to EV automobiles. And I just wanted to emphasize, and I know I'm not telling you something you don't know, but to get to the target in 2030, we just desperately need to get the infrastructure in place. Particularly in the concern I have is in rural areas. I come from a rural area, and particularly in the lower income areas. We talk about equity, and that's a huge concern. Most of the people that have purchased EVs at this point are high income people, early adopters. To get that shift to EVs, 5 million projected in 2030, and not see a lot of these EVs sitting on dealers' lots. I mean, you can mandate all you want, but I can tell you the consumer makes the decision. And so we need to not only have the infrastructure in place so there's confidence about charging, but also pricing. Right now, the pricing is well out of reach of many people in comparison to gas vehicles. And particularly this impacts disproportionately, again, lower income consumers. So pricing incentives is very important in getting this transition done. I have a question and one other comment is I haven't seen much in the area of incentivizing used EV sales. But again, lower income in particular people purchase in the used market. That's a very large market. Most of the focus I hear about is the new market. But if we really want to transition to EV and truly address air pollution, we need to look at the used market. And so there needs to be incentives also in the used market to bring the prices down relative to non-EV used vehicles. So I'm just curious as to whether there is any thought about addressing that area. Thank you.
Great point. I think we need more used vehicles for sure. And so the more adoption there is, the more, we can create the used vehicle market. I think we also, in terms of new, a lot of the rebate funds now from the state are in Clean Cars for All. So that really is shifting away from giving, incentives to those that have more and shifting those funds to people that are in a lower income situation. And I also think that there may be some things to be learned from now there's a federal used and it's a tax credit, but it comes actually off the hood of the car. So if you're under a certain amount, right? And I think that actually these kinds of things, to your point, are needed, and we're starting to see more of that kind of a transition as we move from the early adopters, where we really need those that can afford these very expensive vehicles. I mean, the auto manufacturers are not making money on these cars. You probably know, you know this better than we do, but yeah, I think that your point is a good one. And as we move, deeper into the market, we will need to be having a more of a mind on that. So I don't know, Hannon, or if any of our CARB colleagues have things to add to that too, but.
Well, thank you. And I would encourage you, and I assume you have, but I would encourage you to reach out to the organizations like the California New Car Dealer Association and others that have, real world experience with selling to the consumer, and they have a wealth of knowledge that they can provide to everyone as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gia. Thank you, Commissioner Tiffany. And Board Member Krakow, we're back to you. And then we have one of our commissioners remotely who'd like to quick comment. And then seeing no one else on the dais, okay. We're going to go to Leanne next, though. Okay, please.
All right, so I'll be quick. Really just some observations and maybe exhortations for all of us. But let me first thank you, Chair Guardino. I do a lot of mediations and facilitations, and the way that you started the meeting, I really just learned a lot from that, and I want to thank you for how you did that. And Megan and Gustavo, I think starting the presentation with all the work and some of the theme that HCD is doing now, the work that you are doing really is game changing now. As a land use lawyer, I hear HCD's name maybe 50,000 times more than I used to in the past. It's just amazing how game changing your work is truly in the field, and people are really paying attention. You're really making a difference. I think this is a great presentation. I want to thank all of you for coming. I know these meetings have a lot of different purposes. We also have our issues with VMT and sustainable community strategies, and of course the funding that CTC does for the big projects. But it would be enough if we just did this topic. It's such an important topic. The way that I see this work, and for everyone in the room, this really is the work of our lifetime, getting this right. And I'd like the chairs to consider sort of having a follow-up at least once a year on how we're doing on the recommendations for 671 and the Clean Transportation Plan and the Hydrogen Infrastructure Needs Assessment and Energize and the ZE Infrastructure Blueprints and the Go Biz programs, the ZEV strategies and the ZEV equity strategies and the ZIPs. How are we doing on this? I mean, at CARB, we're doing so much, whether it's cars or trucks, locomotives, hovercraft. We have something on forklifts coming. And all of our work is going to be dependent on how this goes and how the infrastructure piece goes. So I think having a standing item, at least once a year on how we're doing on this, how we're meeting our metrics, really diving into it and seeing where we can make a difference. And, for our CARB colleagues, we have to help figure out a way to fund all of this. And we're moving into a different budget time at the state right now. But I would ask our colleagues and my colleagues and Chair Randolph, it's certainly going to be in my mind as we're looking at the low carbon fuel standard and where that money gets spent. We're looking at cap and trade and the California climate investments, making sure, and when we do our funding plan in November every year, making sure that it aligns as closely as possible to the recommendations from SB 671 and all the things we've heard today. I think those programs can really play an important role in helping fund this transition. So that's my little spiel there. I think it was Kayla also that just spoke one little nit on the CEQA exemption for heavy-duty charging. There is an existing law, a ministerial exemption, making those projects, including heavy-duty ministerial. For some reason, I'm hearing in the field that is not working quite as well as we wanted it to, and maybe an express CEQA exemption for that is important. So I urge us to keep thinking about that. I'm hearing that point is important. We need to get these projects going. We need to streamline them. And I think they're consistent with our overall climate goals, and all sides, I think, would support emphasis there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member Krakow. And we are going to go to our immediate past CTC Chair, Leanne Eager. She's in San Clemente today, and she and other CTC colleagues there are going on a tour of transportation facilities. So we don't want to keep you waiting. Then we'll come back to Commissioner Cruz.
Well, you, Chair Gardino. First, on behalf of all three of us, Commissioner Norton and Commissioner Falcone, thank you to all of those who gave those reports. Absolutely amazing, the work that's going on. As we sat here together and we all had questions as we moved along, Commissioner Falcone was our scribe. And so she gets to ask the questions that we all came up with. We're hoping for brevity and to save time by having one of us ask the question. So I'll turn it over to Commissioner Falcone. And with that, I will try to be brief. So thank you to all the presenters.
Can we ask you to, the person asking the questions, can you move closer to the microphone to see if we might hear you better? We're catching most of it, but not all of it.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Can you hear me? Hello?
Could you do this? Could you type in your question or comment? And that way Justin can read it. And while you're typing, if it's okay, we'll go to Commissioner Cruz on the dais to give you a moment to type.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Commissioner Cruz.
Thanks, Chairman Gardino. I appreciate the opportunity. And I first want to commend staff and the comprehensiveness of the presentations. I'm intrigued at the direction the state is going, and I'm optimistic that we're going to get where we want to get as far as meeting our greenhouse gas reduction goals. But considering the day hat I wear representing working people, equity and accessibility obviously is always a very important thing that I think about. And I want to reiterate Commissioner Tiffany's concerns about providing that path for disadvantaged families in California to purchase EVs and have the charging infrastructure in place to be able to be part of this transition. I'm confident, but a little concerned in the direction. But my real question was on off-road heavy duty, especially as it relates to logistics in California, and hydrogen, in my opinion, is going to be key in helping us meet our goals, especially with diesel and then the heavy construction as far as high horsepower equipment. Are we on the right path of providing that technology and that infrastructure to meet the demands in the goods movement sector as well as the construction industry? Are you confident that we can get there?
Yeah, we're doing quite a bit for both electric and hydrogen. And I think this is where the medium duty, heavy duty sector is a little more nascent than the light duty sector. So we're investing in both and encouraging adoption of both. And we'll continue to monitor the market and see where it goes. But we're certainly investing in both technologies.
Maybe I could just add a little bit of context too. I think as California was awarded under the ARCHES, the Alliance for Renewable Clean Hydrogen Energy Systems, a federal hub, a hydrogen hub. And within that, there is the intention really is to create a market, right? Because some of the key challenges in hydrogen are cost of fuel and availability of fuel, and of course, infrastructure. And so the state, as Hannah said, is investing in infrastructure, but more needs to be done if we're really going to make a sustainable market. And so the system that is created and was put forth in that application that is now under negotiations with the DOE is intended to drive those costs down and increase volume and increase that kind of market such that we feel confident that we will be able to achieve the kinds of things that you're talking about. And I couldn't agree with you more. We need more than one solution, and hydrogen is going to play a big role in ensuring that we get to carbon neutrality. So happy to share more about the ARCHES piece and where we are with that if you have interest offline.
Thank you, Commissioner Cruz. Justin, do we have something in writing from our colleagues in San Clemente?
I believe that written comment is still being developed at this time. So we should receive it shortly.
And Executive Director Taylor has a comment as we wait for that.
Thank you, Chair Gardino. One of the things that I want to uplift, we've heard from our chair and our vice chair of our Equity Advisory Committee members today, but we also have many members. We have a 15 committee member organization that serves both the Commission, CalSTA, and Caltrans. And one of the things that we heard at our last Equity Advisory Committee meeting from April 5th was the need to remember that when we talk about vulnerable and disadvantaged communities, that we remember that individuals with disabilities are part of that conversation. So when we talk about aggregations of communities with high populations, we have to remember that all of our vulnerable citizens do not live in high concentrations of populations. Individuals with disabilities are part of our communities. They are not within a single community where we'll see 70% of people with disabilities live in a community. And so as we continue to have these conversations, I wanted to uplift that from our Equity Advisory Committee so that we're not forgetting all of our vulnerable communities, challenge us to talk about the policy issues that make our communities vulnerable so that we are looking for solutions to solve those policy issues.
Executive Director Taylor, thank you for raising that. I would add seniors to that as well. Board Member Guerra?
Thank you, Chair. If we're still filibustering, I figured I'd add a comment here. And one to just echo, I think, Dr. Baum's earlier comment about making sure that we're all speaking in the same definitions on equity and making sure that if we're moving forward as a state that we agree with that. And the second real, maybe more of a comment or question here for the Energy Commission, when the air basin that I represent has a large number of agricultural districts. And so I've been meeting with the air pollution control officers and the farmers in those areas. And in their efforts to address what to do with their bio-waste and resources, they've looked at efforts of gasification and potentially looking at production of hydrogen as a response, frankly, to, I think, the concern that they're getting a time frame of 3-4 years out before upgrades to their region for energy utility. So I don't know, and as they say with any agency, right? You know, oh, they're not paying enough attention to us. And one of the concerns that I hear is that the Energy Commission is more interested in solar and wind production and less on the biomass side. And that's just a general mood that I get from, at least from more of the rural areas where I'm meeting with. So could you discuss a little bit on the fuel transportation side? Because I think as the farmers are looking at what to do with their byproduct of their crop, they're looking at this as a mutual opportunity to avoid the burning of their crop, the byproducts, and also, I hate to use bio-waste, so the byproducts, and to maybe potentially as a fuel source. But it seems to me that there's maybe a disconnect with the commission on that.
Yeah, I can certainly put you in touch with my colleagues in our Energy and Research Division. They do some funding for fuel production. My division primarily works on zero emission vehicle infrastructure, so actually the hydrogen stations and the charging stations. We do have a division that does make investments in hydrogen production as well. So certainly making efforts there as well. You know, I think one thing that's important for us is to move to zero carbon across the board. So the feedstock matters. I know that's part of the calculus as well when we're looking at our funding opportunities and what's in and what's out as well. But we can certainly put you in touch with that division.
No, clearly, and of course, you know, the conversations on gasification and moving completely to what zero emission as well as carbon capture is an important factor, and I think the recognition of that is important. But if would love to continue that conversation with your folks on the hydrogen side.
Yeah, happy to.
Thank you, Board Member Guerrera. And I believe we may have the questions/comments from our 3 commission colleagues in San Clemente that Justin will read. And after that, I believe that CARB Board Member Hurt is on the line with a question or comment as well. And then that long anticipated lunch quickly becoming dinner we will move to. Justin?
Thank you, Chair Guardino. Yes, we did receive the written questions and comments from our commissioners who are remote. They write, thank you. First of all, glad we are hearing these policies together. It's important as each of these efforts are implemented that they not be done in silos. We also strongly support the suggestion to make this a standing or at least once-a-year item. And they've submitted a few questions. I'll go through all of them at once. Questions for Megan. How is AFFH infused in local and regional housing plans and RHNA? 2, for Matthew and Kayla, who is really championing SB 671 implementation? This is acknowledging the central delivery team, legislation, and process, but that will take time to establish. And for Hannon, we need the charging infrastructure, but also need to think about reliability of the charging devices. Thank you.
And our commissioners in San Clemente probably can't see the dais, but Megan has stepped out. If someone else would like to answer that, we will. Otherwise, we'll move forward with the other questions.
Yeah, I can take the charging station reliability one first. And I have a hard stop at 1 o'clock to catch a flight, so hopefully that's okay for folks. Yeah, on the reliability piece, we're doing a lot there. I think this is one of the most important things for this year that we're working on is charging station reliability. So the Energy Commission has funded about 10% of the infrastructure out there today. Through that, we can have grant terms which require certain uptime and certain other metrics. We're also implementing AB 2061, which applies to all ratepayer or publicly funded chargers. So we actually released a first draft in September of 2023, a second draft yesterday or the day before, requiring both data reporting on uptime and also a requirement that uptime of 97% is met. This matches the federal requirements as well. So strong focus on reliability. Last thing I'll say on that is we have a UC Davis study we're funding. So it's not just looking at state and ratepayer funded, but the entire market of what's out there. It's a 3-year study through UC Davis to go make sure that chargers out there are working quite broadly, both for uptime and also interoperability, which is a nuanced topic, but it's really important.
And again, when we're done with these remaining 2 questions, we're going to go to Davina Hurt, and then we will break for lunch. Matthew?
Yes, thanks, Chair Guardino, and we'll go in reverse order, and then when we get to Megan, I'm assuming that Justin can reiterate the question. But the question I believe that was directed to us was who is championing the SB 671 assessment, maybe post-delivery to the legislature? And I would suggest that it's each of the agencies that were part of the steering committee that were integral to culminating the coordination and the thought behind it. So it's the Transportation Commission, it's the Energy Commission, it's the Air Resources Board, it's GoBiz, it's the Public Utilities Commission, and it's Caltrans. We're seeing our regions are also championing this work through their identification of the top corridors, and we're already meeting with prospective applicants as well as companies that are in the electrification and hydrogen refueling infrastructure sector, seeking funding in our upcoming TSEP program. Each of them are lifting up the work in the 671 assessment as kind of guiding them towards these new funding opportunities, but as well as who to connect with at the state level. I know that the SB 934 will codify the central delivery team, and so I would suggest that where that proposed legislation lands will be the next step. That will be become the champion of the work, and quite frankly, we'll have to maintain relationships working with each of the agencies I mentioned at the beginning of my comment, as well as regions and communities along each of our identified top priority corridors.
Justin, would you mind rereading the question that was directed at Megan? And then we're going to go.
I got filled in, so or I
Oh.
think I'm good.
And then we're going to go to Davina Hurt.
Okay, perfect. Yes, thank you for allowing me my mini break there. But yes, so the RHNA, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, has 5 statutory objectives. It was started with a fair housing grant from HUD. So fair housing's really been integral to RHNA pretty much the entire time. But that got even sort of enhanced this last cycle. So to clarify that it isn't just about what had previously been in there was a mix of housing types. So really thinking about, you know, where is multifamily housing being planned for? And is that only in certain parts of the state? So really asking for multifamily housing to be and that mix of housing types to be in all community, available in all communities. There's also an emphasis on protecting open space and encouraging infill. So as you can imagine, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to build housing in infill areas where existing communities are not always welcoming to new neighbors. Unfortunately, school integration is still a huge topic every time we try and get new housing approved. You wouldn't want to be part of those meetings, but I have to, right? The way that RENA really plays out is this cycle that's so different is the regional governments, the COGs that allocate those numbers have to show us how they are following all 5 statutory objectives. So the ones I mentioned, plus jobs, housing, fit. So really looking at, you know, are there going to be homes available at an affordable rate to the jobs that exist in that community? So making sure that match is there. Also looking at, is there going to be access to resources? Are we planning for sufficient housing near where all those resources exist? So really thinking about housing near jobs and resources and thinking about housing near transit and not sort of assuming there's only one good place for housing, but thinking about all these different things that that households need to plan and work for. So those regional plans approved by HCD, those numbers go out to the local communities. Each of those cities and counties provides us through their housing element, their housing plan, their 8-year strategy. And that has to show us, including lots of things going to housing element. I'm not going to talk more about that or like not tell the whole story of that today, but they do need to show us that they've done a specific analysis of racial disparities in their community. How are things working right now? What is their sort of action plan to address those barriers, those disparities and those barriers to fair housing choice? And what's their 8-year plan to do so with time-bound, specific, measurable objectives that then we hold them to each of the years of that 8-year cycle. So that's my 60-minute answer in less than 5 minutes. So I'm sorry, but yeah, that's how we AFFH in the RENA and the housing element.
Megan, that was excellent. Thank you. And Davina Hurt, thank you for your patience. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I'm sure folks are ready to get to lunch. So I just want to quickly thank the presenters and of course applaud California for taking action and leaning into this transition in an unprecedented way. I align a lot of my thoughts around Dr. Baum's comments, but I do want to emphasize how we collectively need to define equity in a way that the layperson understands and we can hold ourselves accountable. I've noticed a lot of engagement with many organizations, not necessarily the ones here today, but a number of organizations where online engagement and surveys is being heavily used, but it's not meeting the community where they are. And I understand that we do have meetings in different communities, but not everybody can show up in those times. And so how can we be creative about whether it be office hours or going into different regions and partnering with air districts, for example, to spend time and opportunities to engage community in their needs so that the money and the work that needs to happen is directly connected. Operationalizing equity and truly reaching low income and disadvantaged communities. And I'm thinking a lot about truck owner operators. There is a disconnect. I'm getting emails and hearing how the money and the partnering is not always making its way into these communities. And so I'd love to hear from the different organizations here, just more granular how they're operationalizing equity and getting, whether it be money or information, in the hands of the people who truly need it, who are working, who don't have time to come to such meetings or take surveys, but need the support. And then I'll just uplift the need to accelerate grid and utility planning As our fleets prepare to transition to zero emission, they're going to need utility service upgrades to power these new trucks, and the CEC's distribution planning work is going to be crucial to meeting the large-scale grid needs in time. And a lot of folks are looking to see that plan in more clearer terms. So the question is just, how are we going to just partner and engage with the frontline communities in a way that truly meets them where they are and is consistent and constant, so that people know where they can go to get the information they need. Thank you.
If you don't mind, I could take a shot at that and maybe share, my colleagues can share some more, but I would argue that there is some pretty clear guidance coming from the affirmatively furthering fair housing rule on this, that we do need to self-analyze first, to put in work before we even just ask the question from our communities of like, oh, how could we do better? That we need to do a self-analysis on how have our programs improved or exacerbated patterns of segregation by race, ethnicity, income, familial status, and persons with disabilities and other protected classes. So we have to do that analysis and do that self-reflection of how have our programs contributed to the problem. How do we see this program or this effort as different? And that is a first step before sort of going out to the community to say, you know, give us more feedback, that we need to be able to be clear and transparent with our own self-analysis of how we've been doing, and specifically include race analysis, persons with disability analysis in that equation. So just to say, that doesn't solve all of your question about surveys, et cetera, but to say, like, I think we aren't doing what we're required to do if we start from just a place of, you know, asking for input, that we need to share our self-reflection as a starting point to show we've put the work in first to make that effort before we engage our community. And then there are obligations to engage the community and all segments of the community beyond that, of course, but I think we owe our community that starting point.
Would any of our other panelists like to respond?
I think with respect to planning out medium and heavy duty zero emission vehicle infrastructure, we've certainly identified that not only communicating with those that are kind of regularly tapped into these efforts should be emphasized, but also getting out into the communities along the top corridors, as well as connecting with community-based organizations, needs to be integral to like a communication plan. So not to punt such a significant topic off to the central delivery team, but within the capacity of the 671 assessment, we recognize that that was an issue, and it's one that needs to be kind of endeavored and carried on in perpetuity as we deliver upon our true transition to zero. So it's built into what we would recommend the central delivery team to take on.
Gia?
If I may, just a little more broadly, I mean, I think there have been in my opinion, there's a real opportunity for the state to do even more when it comes to kind of awareness and education. So as an example, we had the opportunity, we had a one-time $5 million grant that we were able to give to a couple of organizations for awareness building, and we made sure that the RFP included really focusing on communities that are historically left behind. And we noticed just those dollars worked so hard. The metrics and the leveraging of the match dollars that came in and some of the outcomes from that really were kind of eye-opening to me. And it was so I think that there's more that the state can do there to encourage that kind of, we can't just leave it up to the auto manufacturers and the infrastructure providers to kind of to make this transition. So that's one piece. I think also partnerships are key. Those entities that are in the communities, I would just caution though, I feel like we need to think about how do we support those entities and bring new ones into the fold. because there is stakeholder fatigue there, right? I noticed that the state tends to tap like the same folks over and over again, and there isn't any necessarily any compensation for that, right? And so how do we ensure that we are being inclusive in a way that enables organizations and individuals to participate? And finally, I'll say we probably do need more dedicated staff, because that regular interaction that was mentioned, that's what builds trust. And if you really want to break down what the key barriers are, you have to build trust there. You can't walk into a community and say, we've got your solution, tell us your problems, and we're going to tell you how we're going to fix it. That is the wrong way to go about it. And in order to get to the real root of it, we need to have trust, and that takes time.
Gia, well said, and a good note on which to end. I want to thank Megan and Kayla and Matthew and Gia and Hannon, who had to catch a flight. Megan, it wasn't anything that you were saying when he walked out. He really did have to catch a flight and leave by 1 o'clock. Will you join me in thanking this excellent group of professionals? With that, two things. We are going to call the 1 hour lunch break that we promised. I do want to note that there's been a change to the posted agenda. Commissioners and board members will no longer be dining on site here at the hotel. It turns out they have standards and they don't want us. No, don't take that personally. We are going to a lunch at a place called Pub Republic. It is at 3120 Lakeville Highway. The second thing, we started with 3 of you having Starbucks gift cards underneath your chair. 3 of you now have Tesla key fobs underneath your chair. Go ahead and look. Didn't fool a single person. Okay, we'll see you all in an hour. It's 1:09. We'll see you here back at 2:10. Thank you. A question. Big holiday coming up, Sunday, May 13th. Does anyone remember what that is? Sunday, May 13th, second Sunday of May. Thank you, Mother's Day. And I know what you were thinking. What is the perfect gift for my mom or sister or aunt or grandmother or daughter? Well, now you don't have to wait because these are women's running and workout shirts. You're welcome. So if there's a mom, sister, daughter, child in your life, by where the cards are by the door are women's cut running and workout shirts. And my goal is that I don't take any home with me. So take several. Okay, I think we have enough to get started again. I stalled as long as I could. Welcome back to our joint hearing of the California Transportation Commission, the California Air Resources Board, and Housing and Community Development. We have a couple of key items that we are still wanting to cover this afternoon. The first is on achieving state goals through transportation project prioritization. We're honored to have both Maura Toomey and Marlon Flournoy here with us to discuss these topics. I would ask Douglas and Justin, are we required to do another roll call coming back from lunch? Good, good. And if we have some of our CARB board and CTC commissioner colleagues participating remotely, you'll let us know that as well, correct?
Our attendees in San Clemente, we can see are now back in the room. Commissioner Lugo is available online. The board members are coming back in as well.
Fantastic. With that, why don't we go ahead? I want to again thank Maura Toomey, Executive Director of the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments, after they stole her fair and square from the California Transportation Commission, and Marlon Flournoy, Division Chief for Transportation Planning at Caltrans. Welcome to you both. Have you tossed a coin of who would like to go first?
I won the coin toss, Commissioner.
Fantastic. Welcome, Maura.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. And thank you for the opportunity to speak here today and give a regional perspective on project prioritization, the RTP, and the SCS. AMBAG, or the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments, is the metropolitan planning organization for Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito counties. And I'm here today to provide some insight and perspective on how projects are prioritized at the regional level and why the regional perspective is critical to developing a transportation system that meets the needs of all Californians. Next slide, please. As you may know, every MPO is required to develop a regional transportation plan and sustainable community strategy, or RTP SCS, every 4 years in compliance with state and federal statutes, guidelines, and goals. While guided by federal and state statutes, guidelines, and goals, the RTP SCS is first and foremost a regional plan, reflecting the specific attributes, priorities, and needs of the region. Next slide, please. It is important to understand that the RTP SCS is a complicated long-range plan with complex and extensive requirements. As you can see from this slide and the next, the RTP must comply with key federal requirements and planning factors, addressing the core requirements of safety, security, accessibility, mobility, and economic vitality. Next slide, please. In addition to those core requirements, the RTP must address a host of diverse planning factors, including protecting and enhancing the environment, improving the quality of life, promoting housing, enhancing connectivity, improving resiliency and reliability, preserving the existing transportation system, and enhancing travel and tourism. Next slide, please. Beyond the specific federal RTP requirements, the RTP must also address the requirements of the Federal Clean Air Act, Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, the Environmental Justice Executive Order 12898, and the Americans with Disabilities Act. Next slide, please. So in addition to federal requirements, the RTP-SCS must also comply with state requirements, including the RTP guidelines adopted by the California Transportation Commission and SB 375, which establish greenhouse gas emission reduction targets for each metropolitan planning organization. The MPO must also comply with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, through the preparation of a programmatic environmental impact report for the RTP. Next slide, please. As you can see, the regulatory framework of the RTP-SCS can be daunting, and it is critical to understand that the RTP-SCS is designed to accomplish the federal and state goals as a whole. Not every project in the RTP-SCS can or will meet every state and federal goal. For example, a transit project may improve air quality, reduce VMT, and support affordable housing in the region, but not increase freight throughput or reliability. A safety project may decrease collisions and fatalities on a rural highway, but not reduce VMT. However, the plan as a whole and the suite of projects in the plan address all the state and federal requirements and planning factors. Next slide, please. So from this complex federal and state framework, each region develops its own regional goals and priorities, evaluation criteria for its projects, and performance measures designed to meet the specific needs of each region. Projects nominated are evaluated against the established criteria for compliance with federal, state, and regional goals. And just as each region is different, geographically, economically, and demographically, each RTP-SCS is different, reflecting the needs and challenges of each individual region. For example, the AMBAG region is primarily rural, with a small population spread across a large geographic area. Our largest city is less than 200,000 in population. Agriculture is our primary industry. Our coastal location means that we experience frequent and extensive flooding. And although Highway 101 is a major transportation corridor for the region and the state, most of our other major routes are two-lane rural highways. Therefore, the priorities in the AMBAG region tend to be safety, climate resiliency, and freight movement. Whereas a more populated, urbanized region may also prioritize system integration and connectivity across modes. Next slide, please. Regional transportation planning is at its core a collaborative process, and public engagement is integral to each phase in the development of the RTP-SCS. We develop a new engagement plan for each RTP-SCS cycle, beginning with a review of the just completed process with our local agencies, our technical advisory committees, and the public. The engagement plan includes engagement and outreach at each stage of the development of the RTP-SCS, including goal setting, evaluation criteria, performance measures, the financial plan, scenario development and evaluation, and the draft RTP-SCS and draft EIR. Engagement includes community meetings and events, public workshops, technical advisory committee meetings, and of course, presentations before the AMBAG Board of Directors representing every jurisdiction in our region. And in the AMBAG region, because we have 3 county-level regional transportation planning agencies, this process is conducted both at the county and regional level, providing more opportunities for outreach and engagement. Next slide, please. In summary, developing an RTP-SES is a complicated process balancing federal, state, and regional goals and priorities. Every region is different, and so is its RTP-SES. Engagement is key at every step of the process. And in conclusion, it's important to note that the RTP-SES is an iterative process, and the plan is updated every 4 years, reflecting evolving federal, state, and regional requirements and priorities. Thank you.
Maura, thank you. Marlon, feel free to start when you're ready.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marlon Flournoy, and I'm Division Chief of the Transportation Planning with Caltrans. Thanks for the opportunity today to share the work that we've been doing and our continuing efforts to improve state transportation infrastructure by expanding multimodal options while also advancing our climate goals. Next slide. So today I'll provide an overview of Caltrans types of transportation projects, as well as our project development process. I'll also provide an overview of the Caltrans System Investment Strategy, or CSIS for short. I'll also describe Caltrans' prioritization process under the CSIS framework and how we're reviewing projects to improve alignment with state goals. Finally, I'll close with a one-year look on the next steps with CSIS. Next slide. So at a high level, there are two groups of projects that we normally work on at Caltrans. Projects that maintain and preserve our existing infrastructure, which are funded through the State Highway Operations Protection Program, also known as the SHOP. Emergency and safety projects remain our highest priority, and SHOP projects do not add new lanes to highway facilities. In our current inventory of active projects, SHOP makes up about 80% of all highway projects. Next slide. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. You can stay on that slide. For all the projects that are not funded through the SHOP, we call them non-SHOP projects, which represent about the remaining 20% of the current inventory of active projects. These can add new infrastructure and can be sponsored by Caltrans or local agency or private entities. Beginning in 2022, non-SHOP projects started transitioning to more multimodal projects addressing multiple goals. These projects are funded through state and federal discretionary programs such as the SB1 Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, Solutions for Congested Corridor Program, as well as federal grant programs. Roughly 80% of our non-SHOP projects are funded or sponsored by others, largely local agencies. Okay, next slide. My apologies. So this is a high-level overview of how our SHOP projects are initiated. It starts with the California Transportation Asset Management Plan, or the TAMP, which is a strategic plan that is updated every 4 years to incorporate improvements and reevaluate asset conditions, targets, and performance. The TAMP guides the State Highway System Management Plan, or the SHSMP, which is updated every 2 years. The SHSMP then leads to the creation of the district performance plans that contain district-specific performance and funding targets, which feed into what we call our 10-year project book. The 10-year project book contains all the district's portfolios that include both program and plan projects over a 10-year period. Next is the 4-year SHOP, which is updated every 2 years with a project list spanning 4 years. This financially constrained document includes the initiation of projects before they can be programmed or funded with SHOP funds. The last document is the performance benchmark that reports the progress of the performance targets. Next slide. So there are different types of non-SHOP projects that we're seeing over the last couple of years. We're shifting away from projects where increasing capacity is the only option and focusing more on options or alternatives that promote VMT reduction, mode shift, and other outcomes consistent with our state goals. A key turning point for this is the implementation of 2 Caltrans guidance documents on initiating non-SHOP projects. There's the state-sponsored nomination guidance, which was implemented in January of 2022. There's also the locally sponsored alignment guidance, which we recently implemented just about a month ago. The objective of both guidance documents is to advance projects through the project initiation document process that expand multimodal options and support climate action, which in effect is shifting away from project types that are likely to increase vehicle miles traveled and supporting the CARB scoping plan by advancing VMT reduction projects into project initiation. We are also looking at operational improvement types of projects a little bit more closely, especially those proposing expanded highway capacity. This is where we work with our districts and our partners to explore alternative solutions to address operational deficiencies. Next slide. So this slide illustrates the independent paths of how projects are initiated between our SHOP and our non-SHOP projects. Once both types of projects enter the project initiation phase, and this is where we define the scope, cost, and schedule of a project before it's programmed or funded. So both types of projects enter the project initiation phase, and the rest of the project development process is essentially the same. At the top is the SHOP project process that originated from the performance targets established and the asset management plan that I talked about, also the State Highway Systems Management Plan that I mentioned in a previous slide. Once the SHOP project is identified in the 10-year project book, it starts PID development. On the bottom is the non-SHOP path where projects originate from either a Caltrans corridor plan or regional or local plans for locally sponsored projects. These projects go through a conceptual CAPDI assessment, which we recently implemented on the locally sponsored PIDs, as was recently mentioned here, to increase alignment in CAPDI in an earlier stage of project development. It's more effective to catch alignment concerns early in the project development process and have those conversations with our partners rather than address them later when the scope has already been established. Once the project initiation document is developed, a key difference between the SHOP and non-SHOP project is how the project is programmed for funding. So the SHOP project typically gets programmed or funded for all of the phases all at once, from environmental phase through construction. For non-SHOP projects, funding for each phase is programmed one phase at a time. Unless there are local funds committed to the project, project sponsors will need to seek state and federal discretionary funding for each phase of development. This is where our districts work closely with our partners to nominate projects for the various funding opportunities. In limited cases, it is possible to have some interaction between SHOP elements and non-SHOP projects. For instance, Caltrans may initiate a SHOP pavement rehab job that's within the project limits of a non-SHOP project that is also in project development. In this situation, as appropriate, we'll coordinate with our partners on how we will jointly deliver both projects that is mutually beneficial. I do want to emphasize that we do not use SHOP funds to expand highway capacity. Next slide. So this slide provides key highlights of the California Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, or CAPDI. CAPDI was developed based off of 2 executive orders to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to mitigate climate change. As established in CAPDI, there are 10 guiding principles which serve as the basis for the Caltrans System Investment Strategy, or CSIS. Next slide. So we developed CSIS to implement CAPDI Key Action S 4.1, where Caltrans prioritizes project nominations for various state and federal competitive funding programs based on data and performance-driven process. The CSIS investment framework prioritizes projects based on how the project is competitive for a particular funding program. Then it applies the CAPDI alignment lens. On the graphic on the right, there are two different areas that CSIS applies. So CSIS does not apply to SHOP projects. We already have a process for prioritizing those projects. It also doesn't apply to the project initiation process because we do not have a clear project scope, and thus there's not enough detail to score projects using our CSIS scoring methodology. Also, CSIS does not prevent partner projects from proceeding through project development or seeking their own competitive funding. Next slide. We recently released the draft CSIS on March 1st of 2024 for a 45-day public comment period ending on Monday, April the 15th, which is next week. This public release includes two draft documents. We have the draft CSIS main document that describes Caltrans investment framework and general prioritization methodology. The second is the draft CAPDI alignment metrics, which is a companion document to the draft CSIS that lays out the methodology for 4 metrics to assess alignment with the 10 CAPDI guiding principles. Once the comment period closes, we'll consider all comments received and address as many as possible for the final CSIS. There may be comments that require additional time and effort beyond the June timeframe, but we're committed to keeping partners informed. Next slide. So this graphic illustrates our commitment to assess CAPDI alignment based off of the 10 CAPDI principles. As you can see, the color coding represent a crosswalk of each CAPDI principle to one or more metrics on the right, which are 11 metrics in the draft CAPDI alignment document currently under public release. The stars indicate quantitative metrics and the diamonds indicate qualitative metrics. There's some interest in having Caltrans post project scores. Along those lines, we are coordinating with CTC staff on the appropriate strategies in terms of timing, format, and content to ensure we preserve the CTC's competitive process for the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program and the Solutions for Congested Corridor Program to avoid any unforeseen impacts. We also want to make sure that we're communicating that we've been able to perform a comprehensive analysis of the pilot that that's currently underway for us utilizing the metrics for our nomination process for the SB1 project nominations. So when we do release the scores, we want to make sure that we're including a comprehensive package, including lessons learned, what the scores mean, and other relevant information that helps provide context. Next slide. So one of the CAPDI metrics, so of the 11 CAPDI metrics, there's interest in particular of 2 quantitative metrics. That's VMT and land use and natural resources. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through point by point, but I want to highlight a couple of key points on the VMT metric. In developing this metric, we needed to strike a balance between stakeholder feedback, but also supporting the CARB scoping plan. The intent of this metric is to align the CAPDI principle of promoting projects that do not significantly increase vehicle miles traveled. For this reason, we established 5 points as a neutral score for no change in vehicle miles traveled. So projects that reduce VMT will score above 5 and up to 10 points. The metrics do account for mitigation and VMT reduction elements that are committed in the project. It doesn't award points for a project for locating in a region that has an overall lower VMT than other regions. Secondly, the VMT metric does support the CARB scoping plan targets to an extent. So based on the VMT metric alone, it will not achieve the full VMT reduction targets. We have other CAPDI metrics that support the scoping plan, which include accessibility, mode shift, traffic impacts in disadvantaged communities, accessibility in disadvantaged communities, land use and natural resource metrics. There also needs to be a complementary pricing and land use strategies to achieve these goals. Caltrans only has authority over highway facilities and not land use policies. Next slide. The land use and natural resources metric evaluates the project differently based off of their geographic setting. If a project is in an urban or suburban setting, it is evaluated based off of how well it supports non-single occupancy vehicle travel and creates new high-quality transit areas. In rural settings, it's about preservation of natural working lands. As with other metrics, there are some constraints with this metric, and so we're going to continue to work through our process to improve them over time. Next slide. So looking at the relationship between land use and VMT metrics, the land use metric focuses on transportation infrastructure that supports infill development regardless of VMT impact. VMT measures a project's overall VMT impact depending on the project, and it may or may not support infill development depending on the infrastructure that it's proposing. For example, a project with VMT mitigations can result in a positive score, but also create infrastructure that does not necessarily support infill development. Next slide. So between October and December, we received roughly 600 individual comments on CSIS administrative draft from over 30 entities, which in large majority was from local and regional agencies, but also from state agencies and advocacy organizations. These are some of the common themes that I want to share. I don't want to go through these in detail, but I want to express our appreciation to all the stakeholders for providing us valuable feedback, which led us to implement significant improvements to the metrics in response to the feedback. Some of the higher level changes that we've made include adjustments to the metric scoring structure, incorporating rural consideration where appropriate, and clarifying the metric methodologies. There were some requests to combine metrics and add additional metrics. We've considered these requests, but decided against them primarily because the requests were not directly tied to the 10 CAPDI guiding principles that we're measuring, and I mentioned those earlier. We are currently piloting the metrics on the Caltrans project nominations for the SB1 program cycle, and we'll also review the outcomes of the pilot as well as the comments from the public review and make further refinements in the June update as appropriate. Next slide. So this is our general project nomination process where there's a state and federal funding opportunity. It starts with the call for project nominations from our districts, who coordinates with their partners on submitting the nominations. This coordination is an ongoing process, and it's not just when there's a call for nominations. We go through evaluation process using the CSIS framework and methodology. This evaluation results in a set of project recommendations that is presented to our executive management for approval. The process ends with notification to the districts to begin application development. The timing for this process generally varies depending on the program. For instance, for SB1, Solutions for Congested Corridor and a Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, where the program schedule is well established, we can plan ahead in advance and spend about 6 months on this process. For federal programs, where the notice of funding opportunities vary throughout the year, it's harder to plan ahead. And given their shorter application period of about 1 to 3.5 months, this leaves us to just 1 to 2 weeks to go through our nomination process. Next slide. So in the last couple of years, we've received a lot of interest in how Caltrans is handling projects that may not necessarily be in alignment with our current goals and policies. The gray area at top illustrates active projects from our project initiation document phase through construction. The yellow area at the bottom illustrates the CSIS, how it applies to projects that have completed project initiation documents and are in development and through the design and right-of-way phase. When it comes to focusing our attention on these projects and increasing their alignment with CAPDI, We are narrowing our focus on projects that are in environmental and design phases because there's a greater urgency to improve alignment while we still can, particularly on projects that are in design phase where our window of opportunity makes changes lower. Seeking alignment for projects that are undergoing environmental studies is also a great opportunity where scope changes to improve alignment are still viable with lower risk and barriers compared to projects that are in the design phase. And when we say environmental, we're referring to the environmental phase itself. It may involve a reassessment based off of the SB 743 impact, depending on how far along the project is in the environmental process. Next slide. As we strive to make projects more in alignment with our state goals, there are opportunities and risks that we need to consider. A key point here is that projects that are in project development. A project that is further along in design and right-of-way, as earlier mentioned, have less viable options to make meaningful changes due to a greater impact to costs and schedule. As we're going through these alignment processes that I've mentioned, we want to make sure that we're involving our partners and subject matter experts to be able to look at the broader network and corridors and seek opportunities to increase alignment, such as roadway pricing where it makes sense, and other elements that will encourage mode shift, accessibility, minimize impacts to disadvantaged communities, and address climate risks. Next slide. So at the end of this slide, I'm going to give you a high-level overview of where we are in terms of our planning over the next 12 months to complete our first major update on the CSIS in June. We will develop a CSIS update plan in the next fiscal year, along with an engagement strategy. We will also continue our effort on the pipeline alignment, reviewing our list of pipeline projects and how we plan to get these projects in better alignment. Once we develop the plan, then we'll be happy to share them with you at a future meeting. Next slide. And if you have any questions, more than happy to, you can contact me or you can contact our CSIS program manager, Meenakshi Raval, and you can email her at this address on the slide here. So with that, happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Marlon and Maura, thank you. Appreciate you both being here. We have people in the room as well as people on the phone. Douglas Remedios is bringing cards of people in the room. Justin, do we have people on the phone as well who would like to address this item?
Yes, we do.
Great. Let's start with those in the room, and I'm going to ask both to come forward in person so that we can be as time efficient between speakers as possible. First, James Pugh with Next Gen California, and then Zach. And Zach, forgive me, Acquardi, is that accurate? Oh, will you please correct me when you come up, because mispronouncing someone's name is not good enough for me. But thanks for your patience. James, welcome. When you start, the timer will start. And we'll set the timer at 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, board members, commissioners. I'm with Next Gen California. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today. You should all have a letter in your inboxes from a couple of days ago from a coalition of climate, equity, and sustainable transportation organizations outlining 3 recommendations for this body to help advance progress in transportation and land use on climate. The most immediate of those is a request that you support the swift adoption of CSIS. Very happy with the work that Caltrans has done with that program, and really looking forward to seeing how that pans out. The other 2 recommendations relate to how this body can be more impactful in advancing our goals for fair housing and traffic reduction. HCD had an excellent presentation this morning about every agency's obligation to advancing fair housing statewide. And when we talk about equity and public health and land use, I really think that this is a huge part of the pie when it comes to addressing those issues. It would be great to hear more from our transportation agencies about how their investments are advancing our housing goals across the board, perhaps in a staff report at a future joint meeting. And our third and final request is that this body convene an expert advisory committee on traffic reduction. We're really heartened by the progress that the state has made under CAPTI and really appreciated today's presentations on how we are making some good progress. But as Chair Randolph noted this morning, we have to do a lot more, a lot faster in order to meet our climate goals. So it is our view that a panel of experts reporting to this body can be really instrumental in helping us keep that transition grounded in the best information we have available and moving that conversation forward at each meeting. Thank you.
James, thank you for traveling to be with us today. After James again is Zach Acquardi, then Alan Hirsch, and then Steve Bertelbach. If Alan and Steve could come close to this side of the room. And Zach, will you do me the pleasure of pronouncing your full name for me?
Thank you, Chair Bardino. I'm Zach Accardi at NRDC here today from the Bay Area. Thank you all for spending a whole day here in Petaluma talking about these important issues, stepping away from your day-to-day responsibilities in many cases. And thank you to Marlon for being here to talk about CSIS. I want to say Marlon's team has been extraordinarily gracious with their time and extraordinarily thorough in the stakeholder engagement that they've conducted through this process. And I want to toot your horn a little bit just from my own experience engaging with his team. We submitted comments through this process. We'll submit one more round of comments on Monday for your deadline, your final deadline. Each time his team has taken an hour, a full hour to sit down with us, point by point, address our questions, prepared a detailed PowerPoint presentation addressing each one of our points, responding to it, letting us know how they were incorporating the feedback, whether they, and if they couldn't, why that was. So thank you. This is extraordinarily thorough, and it really grounds our strong belief and desire to see this framework put into practice. So we're really glad that this is proceeding to be implemented in June, really excited to see it implemented, and really hopeful that all of your agencies continue to play a role supporting this, trying it out, seeing how it goes, and then engaging in the update processes that Marlon's outlined in terms of how we're going to make this better and iterate on what's already been done. In our final comment letter that we'll deliver next week, we'll have a few recommendations for tweaks that we'd like to see made to the final draft. And the one that I wanted to highlight for this body today that is something that Marlon alluded to, which is the transparent publishing of the CSIS scores, and in particular of relevance to CTC commissioners here, is that we want to see those scores published publicly and in advance of decision-making hearings at CTC. We think this is really critical for public stakeholders of all kinds, but in particular critical for you as CTC commissioners to have the best information possible to make decisions of great consequence to the state in terms of these projects that you're moving forward. So that's something we've recommended to Caltrans staff and that we'd encourage you to ask for, because this is information that you deserve to have and that we need you to have, that we'd also like to have as advocates, and that all stakeholders deserve to have, to make sure that this process is working, that everyone has access to how these scores are looking, how projects are looking. So that's something that we're asking for. We'd encourage you to ask for it as well, if that's information that you'd like to have as well. At the end of the day, we see CSIS as a real opportunity to level the playing field, particularly in a way that really advances the state's critical goals. This is going to provide predictability, consistency, and quantitative grounding to the public process. So thank you for supporting its implementation.
Mr. Accardi, thank you. And I want to thank you for recognizing the great work that Marlon does for our state as well. We look forward to your letter. Alan Hirsch and then Steve Bertelbaugh. And I believe that is all the cards in the room. If that is accurate, then after these two speakers, we will go to people dialing in online. Hello, Mr. Hirsch.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm so impressed by the professionalism. This is my second CTC meeting. I'm very impressed with the professionalism and how staff handles things as very frankness. You mentioned earlier, how do we disagree better? And you mentioned the example of someone outside this group outside banging on doors, you couldn't hear it because they felt did the process didn't work. So having a process that is integral and legitimate is really important. And I want to encourage that the CSC regulations have transparency built in. And we agree on a common set of facts. That's key, that we don't basically make up facts on the way here. And I want to give an example about the lack of transparency that's currently happening because it's just the system isn't working well. For the I-80 project back in June of 2023, it was presented to you and CTC did not fund it in part because Caltrans rated the project 24th out of 24 on its list. So I made a public records request on June 15th of 2023 to get the details of why it was rated 2024. I have still not gotten back a public records request. The day it was announced it was going for refunding the project, I got a notice from Caltrans, we'll give it to you a week after the CTC hearing. You didn't fund it. I've gotten another letter, it's going to be put out another week. I've gotten an apology from one of the deputy directors of Caltrans District 3 about this. Unless there's regulations ensuring transparency, this is what happens. Members of the public don't see the process. We're cut out. There's no legitimacy. And we end up outside banging on the doors and saying this process isn't legitimate. So transparency is really important. The other thing I want to point out is basically, Senator Moynihan had said basically, everyone can have their own opinion, but you can't have your own facts. So we really should agree on a set of facts. Now, does induced demand really work? Yes, is SB 743 really legitimate? If we accept that, then we should not be broadcasting and sending out facts that are not right. We shouldn't be making up facts. We shouldn't have local districts going out and saying this will reduce congestion when we know it's not right. If that's not, if that really is a science, you accept the science. Now we had a teach-in in Davis. We had faculty members from the ITS and we talked about it. We had 180 people show up that heard. They were very curious. I contrast that with no one showing up for the toll hearing. And so there's science here. And the question is, are we going to accept science or are we going to continue to present information that's not grounded? So transparency and acceptance of the facts we then can argue about. So please put those into the CSIS. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hirsch, thank you for driving all the way down from Davis. Next is Steve Bertelbaugh. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Chair and members. Steve Bertelbaugh with the Transportation Land Use Coalition. And I want to recognize that you've got a huge job ahead of you. Changing course is difficult. We've been trained for years and years and years to grow and grow and grow, to add miles to our systems. We've ignored the fact that once we build something, we need to pay to maintain it. We're discovering that again and again and again. And you have to deal with the fact that people at the local level have habits that are very hard to change. So I urge you to get your information down to the city council level, down to the Board of Supervisors level, and be sure that it is understood that we can't keep growing our transportation system. The population is predicted to level off in the United States. In California, we've been losing population. Worldwide, there are predictions that population will peak in the next decade. So we've got to work with an entirely different environment, and you have a tough job. And I appreciate every one of you for doing it. Thank you.
Mr. Bertelbaugh, thank you. Seeing no other cards of speakers in the room, we will transition to our guest dialing in. Justin?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Guardino. I'd like to first call on Rick Longinati.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you who are serving on the board and the commission for your volunteer work. I really appreciated Mr. Flournoy's presentation. It's so encouraging to see Caltrans taking specific action to implement the state's goals about social equity and climate. It feels to me like Caltrans is moving in a direction, maybe 1 foot in the future and 1 foot still mired in the past. And I'm thinking about how the deputy director of Caltrans, Jeannie Ward Waller, lost her job because she was doing her job. She was hired to help Caltrans move into that future direction. And maybe she was doing her job too well and she got fired. Want to call your attention, if you haven't already read her guest editorial in the San Francisco Chronicle. She says, and I quote, "My concerns centered on a large freeway project described to the public as, quote, pavement rehabilitation. But I believe the project is in fact an illegal widening of a 10-mile freeway section of the Yolo Causeway between Davis and Sacramento on Interstate 80. Mr. Flournoy said you can't use SHOP funds to add lanes to highways, and this is exactly what Ms. Ward Waller was complaining about, and she got fired. And what that says to me is that there needs to be more accountability at Caltrans. As far as I know, the executive director of Caltrans, Tony Taveras, has never been called to account for why he fired Ms. Ward Waller. I would think it would be appropriate for this body to call Mr. Taveras to come in and speak to you and to be able to answer some questions. I mean, you are, after all, the agencies that are in charge of implementing
Mr.
state policy.
Longinetti, oh, I'm sorry, you have a full another minute. Forgive me, sir, I misread the clock. Please
Yeah,
continue.
no worries. So that would be my request, that you hold Caltrans accountable and maybe ask the legislature to perform an audit. Just as far as the presentation from AMBAG, I think it's AMBAG's a kind of a case in point about the shortcomings of SB 375 and why we need to somehow amend that or make that better. According to the EIR on the Metropolitan Transportation Plan Sustainable Community Strategy, the last one that came out of AMBAG, it says greenhouse gas emissions in 2030 would decrease by approximately 1% as compared to 1990 levels, which is not sufficient to achieve the 2030 statewide target of 40% reduction below 1990 levels. So, right, there's a 1% goal. That goal needs to be higher. And,
Mr. Longinetti, I gave you another 5 seconds because I interrupted you earlier, but with apologies, your time is up. Thanks for participating today.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Justin?
Up next, we have William Walker.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, commissioners and board members. I'm William Walker, and I'm the chair of the Equity Advisory Committee for Caltrans, CalSTA, and the CTC. And like Director Taylor said earlier, I don't represent all 14 other members of the committee. I just represent myself. I want to talk a bit about the RTP-SCS process. It seems that if you're in an MPO area, your report's due every 4 years. If you're in an RTPA area, it's due, I think, every 5 years. The RENA assessments are every 8 years, and they're all on different calendars. So when it's time to actually look at the metrics of like whether we're succeeding on anything, it's very difficult to do that because folks say that they're in the middle of writing the other report that's going on. And so I think it's important that we look at the RTP-SCS and the regular RTP process for the non-MPO areas and try to decide how we can get everyone on the same calendar so that when there are changes made, like what happened with SB 743, moving from LOS to VMT, we can be in a situation that everyone's on the same clock. In regard to SB 743, when SB 743 was implemented in 2020, while we were all on shutdown, working from home, I think there was an underlying assumption that the projects that were approved under local option sales tax measures, as well as just projects approved in local areas, weren't going to be reconsidered, and that they had to go through because they've already been funded and voted on. And there'll be a point where if we don't look at projects again, that we won't meet our emissions goals. And I'm sure that the research is out there. I'm not an expert on that. So I think it's really important to actually have the discussion about, when do you stop they say grandfathering is not a good term, so I'm sorry, but when do you stop, letting projects pass because they were approved before legislation went into place? And I'll end with, I was really interested in seeing how the EAC could interact with this body, but I was told by CTC staff that because this isn't a CTC only meeting, that we can't really interact with you all in that way. So I encourage that HCD and CARB look at how you can interact with us and figure out, if you have your own equity groups, how all of us can start talking so that we can all be on the same page. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Appreciate you dialing in. Justin?
Up next, we have Sophia Rafikova.
Yes.
Welcome, Sophia.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Board Members. Sophia Africa with the Coalition for Clean Air. I appreciate this opportunity to provide feedback on the Caltrans System Investment Strategy. As you are aware, California has been making great strides in adopting the principles of the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure and moving our transportation policy to be better aligned with our clean air and climate targets. Yet, we have seen very little reduction in the number of greenhouse gases and air pollutants coming from our transportation system. And part of that problem is the fact that California continues to fund legacy projects developed prior to adoption of CAPDI, which when built, undo the progress your agencies are making in moving our state towards sustainability. The Caltrans System Investment Strategy would work to address this issue by flagging projects that move our state away from CAPDI alignment and working with developers to mend their projects into something better. The robust metrics criteria Caltrans has developed will help promote projects that encourage mode shift away from single occupancy vehicles, conduct meaningful public engagement, improve accessibility, and reduce air pollution within our most vulnerable communities. We ask that Caltrans expeditiously adopt CESIS and continues to strengthen the adopted metrics in future updates to ensure they're effectively aligning investments outcomes with the state's climate, safety, equity, and high road job creation goals. Our main request is for Caltrans to make the CESIS process as transparent as possible. We would like to see the final CESIS scores both available to stakeholders and the public prior to the approval vote of the project to allow for additional data to be available before a decision is made. Similarly, we would like to see a clear description of the CESIS implementation process, including information on the timeline evaluation, which steps will be taken, and which decision makers will be involved. While we do understand that some degree of flexibility is needed for context-appropriate projects, we're concerned that the ambiguities within the process could undermine the consistent application of the CESIS. Also, having this information available will help project developers better prepare their project for evaluation and will make the CESIS process more stronger and effective overall. Thank you.
Thank you for dialing in. Justin?
Up next, we have Moise Mir.
Good afternoon, Joint Body. My name is Moise Mir. I'm speaking today on behalf of Climate Plan. We convene a network of advocates, nonprofits, and community-based organizations across the state that work in statewide, regional, and local contexts across California. And as a network, we're focused on addressing climate, public health, equity through transportation. And it's no secret that there is much work to be done in the regional contexts as we're following a number of struggles that we're hearing about across California to reduce VMT rather than induce additional demand. And while yes, some of that work lies outside the state's own jurisdiction, we're here today to talk about what can be done and what you can do. And so we urge for a quick adoption of the Caltrans System Investment Strategy. Adopt CESIS today. This framework must proceed and be put to use in project selection, a matter of deep importance for shaping infrastructure and funding decisions that will last for decades to come and shape quite literally our landscape. We are excited for a strong VMT metric to guide aligning the state's transportation investments with climate, equity, and public health goals, and in particular CARB scoping plan. And we'd also like to see CSIS made even stronger and clearer. And on that note, I'll take the moment to express support for the requests already mentioned by our various colleagues that commented in person, NextGen, NRDC, and Coalition for Clean Air just now, as well as the letter we submitted to you in writing and further comments that will be submitted on Monday. I think with my remaining time, I'll just, I consistently find myself grounding in SB 150 report's executive summary, reading the first line of that summary. Californians are driving more than ever, leading to more pollution, higher costs, more roadway fatalities, and worse daily experiences getting around, despite state planning statutes that encourage better transportation and planning decisions. The gap between intention and action impairs our daily quality of life and harms communities that have already borne the brunt of past car-dependent planning. Changing the status quo demands sustained investments in housing, transit, walking, biking, and infrastructure, all the good things that we know that we need. And adopting CSIS today will help us get there. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in for Climate Plan. Justin, our next speaker.
That concludes all requests received for this item.
Then we will transition from people who are here from the public in person and online to here on the dais. And I see Commissioner Tiffany's card is vertical.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, Marlon, Maura, thank you for your presentations. Very informative. Again, I'm new to the commission. I come from San Diego County, which is a rural area, although greatly impacted by Silicon Valley. But I'm here obviously representing the state, but also the region that I come from, the Central Coast, and also a rural county and other rural areas. So anyway, I have, in regards to CSIS, I have a number of comments and I have a question, Marlon. First of all, as far as the initial comment, you had a slide up there that said what CSIS does not do. And the first point is does not prevent local partners from proceeding in project development and applying for state and federal discretionary programs. Although that is true, I think the reality is that if the way it is, if you don't align with CAPTI, the odds of getting funded are probably slim and none. So the point being is that this is very important. It's critical that we get this right. And then moving to an initial question, then I have a number of comments, is you had a slide up there titled Vehicle Mile Traveled Metrics, and I understand you couldn't go through all the details, but I'm particularly concerned or question about under context considerations. It states, considers rural context by accounting for absolute value of VMT impact. And furthermore, rural projects that increase VMT are likely to perform better than urban projects due to lower absolute value. Can you explain to me what absolute value is in regards to VMT?
It's a good question. Yeah, my team really is like deep into a lot of the details. But one of the things that I'll mention is that the VMT metrics that we utilize, we use a tool called Conveil. And what that allows us to do is look at the delta between the baseline of the project, or no build, excuse me, but also looking at what is actually in the project itself, right? And it's really designed to measure the benefits relative to the manner based off of the existing baseline. And so when we're doing the VMT scoring, it's really about that context. We can certainly have, when you look at that difference in those two scenarios I was telling you about, the baseline and the build, when you look at, let's just say an urbanized area, that scoring is going to look a lot different compared to a rural area, because the magnitude of difference. And so, but I can get you a more kind of a better answer to it.
Right.
But we did spend a lot of time to make sure that these scores aren't disproportionately impacting rural projects. And I think what we'll find, and we're still going through our pilot ourselves, and a big part of the pilot is making sure that there aren't those types of discrepancies where we see a trend of rural projects rating low. And the one last thing that I'll mention is when you look at all the different things that we're measuring, we're not going to get the perfect project. In fact, I think a lot of projects in rural areas are going to perform better in certain areas compared to urbanized areas. Certainly, there are a lot of safety issues in rural areas where those issues are, being addressed through various projects. And so, what we're trying to tell a lot of people as we're holding these one-on-ones is, you're not going to find a project with the perfect score. But again, we want to make sure that we're not disproportionately impacting one area versus the other. We really want the projects, and it is literally a project by project analysis. We want to make sure that, we're not affecting a rural community on its own, but we're looking at the project itself, the benefits that it's providing, and developing a score based off of that analysis.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm glad to hear that it's still being looked at, because, the comments under that I just mentioned seem to imply that it's assumed that the metrics will allow rural areas to score better. And I know when and again, I'm going to be most impacted by where I come from, because I'm still learning the rest of the state, but a rural area like San Diego County, and in that case, Highway 25, I know in speaking to Benu Abraham, the COG executive director, currently under the current looking at VMT, it would appear that it would be very difficult to have 25, pass muster and ever get funded. So I think that, that continues to have to be really closely looked at. And I know that it's very challenging. There's so many different variables that you have to look at. But when you look at a rural area where people are driving much greater distances to get to services and get to jobs, and that's just the reality. They don't have other options. I can see, depending on how the VMT metric is applied, it can very quickly, because of the distances, very quickly change the dynamic where VMT, shoots up. The other thing I want to point out, and I know you know this, but in rural areas, in rural counties, often people don't have the non-automobile options that you do have in urban areas. Certainly the Highway 25 project, as an example, should have multimodal alternatives. I'm absolutely supportive of dealing with climate change. But at the same time, we certainly can't think that every region is going to be the same in terms of availability of mass transit, for example, et cetera. And so we just have to be really careful how we look at this for rural areas. And so anyway, I would really encourage you to continue to look at this, the VMT in particular, and CAPTI and how it applies to rural areas. And when we're talking about stakeholders, certainly make sure that you're reaching out to, whether it be the COG people or Maura sitting next to you, or other people that maybe don't have the staff to be able to be here today or call in. And so we want to make sure we hear their voice, because I think that's critical. One other thing I'm just going to mention, because again, I'm giving an example of where I come from, but just to show the complications that we're dealing with, and the intersection of climate change and housing and transportation. if you look at our area in San Diego County, we have become a bedroom community for Silicon Valley, for Santa Clara County. And so people are commuting, huge amounts of people are commuting up to the Santa Clara area. And they're living in San Diego County and Hollister because they can't afford the homes and there aren't enough, affordable homes in the Santa Clara area. So what's happened in our community is that because people are angry about the traffic that they're dealing with, there is a major anti-growth movement in our county, which means that it's going to be very difficult for us to build the housing that we need and that we all are in support of, particularly affordable housing. And so it's not as simple as just, and I know you know this, but it's not as simple as just looking at VMT or environmental things. They all interplay with each other. And unless we can fix that or address that in a community like San Diego County or other rural areas, you're going to run into unexpected circumstances that we don't want to see. So anyway, those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Tiffany. We're going to next hear from Board Member Sheehan, followed by Board Chair Randolph, and then Commission Vice Chair Grisby. Yes, I'm going in order.
Thanks so much, Chair. And my last name is actually Shaheen, just for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentations, Maura and Marlon. I really appreciate all the time and attention you're giving to this particular topic. And I've spent quite a bit of time actually reviewing the draft CAPTI alignment metrics, Marlon, and I think this is just a tremendous opportunity for uplifting transparency in the decision-making process and sharing the data, sharing the knowledge, sharing the rationale and the assumptions associated with all of the decision-making behind it. And I wanted to underscore that I think that's something that we should really try to emphasize as we move forward. One of the things I noticed on your slide 11 is constraints. You say additional tools, data, and resources are needed for modeling and VMT mitigation. And I hear you. I'm a researcher. I think you know that. Data models. And so one of the first things I think about is there an opportunity for our agencies to work together? For CARB staff that spend a tremendous amount of time thinking about data quality, science, methods, is there an opportunity as a follow-up for CARB to help with refinement of this particular metric and perhaps other metrics that I think are in our wheelhouse? But VMT, I think, is on the table. So that's one question I have for you. And I have a couple more, if I may.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And something that we're thinking deeply about is those next steps. Because we do, as we're going through our own pilot process and learning about, how this is working, what's not working, I think there are going to be a number of action items that we're going to walk away from once we conclude our pilot. And one of those is going to be research. And I absolutely agree. I think it will be a great opportunity to collaborate, with the Air Resources Board. We have a really robust research program as well, when you know that. And we work with the universities all the time. And we also, can leverage our federal partners as well with the Transportation Research Board. And so certainly I think our goal is, and we want to make sure that it's clear, like this is not going to be perfect day one. And there's going to be a lot of opportunity for improvement. And so as we're thinking about that, our goal is to help perfect it over time. We've seen some of those examples, for instance, with the Virginia Smart Scale process, and it took some years for them to work out the kinks, and this is this first cycle for us, but we'll certainly take that to heart. Thank you.
Oh, that's wonderful. I think it'd be fantastic to see our agencies working closer together on these things, because just acquiring the data and getting the models right, evolutions in the models can take a lot of resources and a lot of time. So one of the things that also stood out to me on slide 11 was your first point on the methodology regarding the scoring. You talk about 5 points being associated with a neutral score for no change in VMT. And I was curious about that because it didn't seem like a logical application of a score for something where there's no VMT change. For me, I just think as a scientist, that would receive a score of 0. Would you mind commenting on that?
Yeah, I think that's one of those areas where, as we're working with a variety of stakeholders, that was one of these areas where we had to, really kind of balance it. The concern kind of goes back to the VMT metric and not significantly increasing VMT. And there was a lot of concern about that because, assigning a value of 0, really, a lot of our stakeholders felt that we weren't really being consistent with what was in CAPDI. And so for that reason, we went ahead and went with a neutral score. So certainly, if you're increasing VMT, you're going to get the score somewhere between 0 and below 5. But that was just one of those balances that we were trying to strike with our stakeholders.
Understood. One observation from my side would be, well, why not run a range of different scoring applications to see how that affects the VMT score, right? Like sensitivity analysis. And to me, that just seems like a clear opportunity. And so one final,
Can I interject just one real quick on your question about the 0 and the 5?
oh, definitely.
So one thing that I want to add to what Marlon has talked about is there are instances where we will fund within our trade corridor enhancement program a zero emission vehicle infrastructure type of project that may not impact VMT, but will have a significant impact on GHG emissions. And we want to make sure that those types of projects are still rising to the top as well.
Very helpful clarification. Thank you. And then just one final question or observation that I think relates to the commissioner's question. So my read of the draft document is that the metrics are weighted equally across all of them. And so what I was curious about is within a particular score, are data weighted differently? So for example, like a rural project, which is facing different land use and built environment constraints, right? And less access to public transit. I was just curious, you have a neutral weighting across all of them, but within the context of the metric itself, are data weighted?
I think I'll have to get back to you on that one. I will state that we did, in some prior work, look at weighting scoring. And we did a sensitivity analysis on that. And what we found was it didn't really make a big difference as much as we thought it would. And for that reason, we went ahead and stuck with the equal weighting. But it's not to say as we're moving forward, we can certainly revisit that. But to your particular question, I'll need to circle back.
I think it might be helpful to you to have that range and that ability to adjust for specific types of projects in different land use and built environments. And I'm not sure that's going to be adjusted for with the land use metric. So just some thoughts. I'm happy to speak with you more about it. But thank you so much to you both for your time and all your hard work on CSIS. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Shaheen. Were there additional questions or did?
I got it.
Great. Thank you. We're going to go to Board Chair Randolph and then Commission Vice Chair Grisby, followed by Commissioner Cruz.
Okay, I have 2 questions, one for Marlo, one for Maura. So the CSIS process sounds like a huge step forward, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around which projects are subject to it and which aren't. And so in the discussion about what it does not do, it says it does not affect shop-funded projects. And then in slide 6, it's sort of, you have your shop projects and you have your non-shop projects on different sort of trajectories. Is there overlap? Are some projects both shop projects and non-shop projects? And if so, does CSIS apply?
You guys ask really good questions. So, okay, so the non-shop, it primarily applies to that non-shop pot. When the trigger for us doing the scoring is really those nomination programs. So as we are compiling what programs or what projects we're going to be moving forward with, that's what triggers our CSIS scoring. And so just as an example, we have the SB1 cycle coming up for Solutions for Congested Corridor and Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. And we're scoring, we basically get all the projects from our districts who work with their partners. You know, we have a couple of dozen different projects, and we work with our districts and partners to get the information to do all the scoring. There are some circumstances where you might have, and as I was mentioning, you might have a non-shop project that overlaps with a shop project. We're only looking at that non-shop element because the shop need is really kind of defined through that prioritization process that I had mentioned. So hopefully that answers your question.
Right. So if for instance, if you have a project that comes up in a regional conversation that is sort of piggybacking on a shop project that's gone through this